we're good. Thank you everybody for liking Oladejo Ogbeni Agbe Esheo. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Ẹkáàsán Ifádẹ́misí, good to see you. Just checking to be sure we're good on YouTube. Thank you. If you're on TikTok, please don't stop tapping. Let's like the live, let's share. Thank you. If you're on TikTok, please don't stop tapping. Let's like the live, let's share. Welcome, Willinks. Good to see you. Let's share the live. I'm not seeing a lot of people clicking on this heart icon, but it would be nice if you would do so. These things help the live, so please click on the heart icon, join the team, drop a gift. All right, these things, as you know, they do help the live itself. So we're just, doing the regular housekeeping before we get into the conversation proper. But let's quickly do it so that we can dive right in. Thank you for the heart. Maybe somebody's doing it. Thank you for the heart. Thank you. All right, please, let's all do that. If you're on YouTube, please double tap on your screen to like the live. It's important that we do so we engage, and then the algorithm will be able to share this with other people. So please do that. Thank you very much. This is probably going to take us under 1 or 2 minutes, and then we'll be ready to get into the conversation. But please let's do the, those basic things we usually do. I'm sure we know it already. Just to share, like, and all of those basic stuff. Please give me a couple of minutes. Sọ̀rọ̀ ni mí. I'm wondering how I got that song. Bàbá má jẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ fọ́ nípa ọ̀rọ̀ fọ́ ẹnu mi má ṣe pa mí. Wherever that song came from, I'm glad it did. It's a good song. Just about a minute, we'll be ready. One more minute. I think we're good. One more thing. Should do that. Just one more thing and we'll be ready. Okay, we're good. We are good. We are good. All right.
We're good. So good afternoon, everybody. Happy new month.
We're good. So good afternoon, everybody. Happy new month. Mr. Dekunle Olugboja on YouTube. Thank you very much for joining us. Dushimi Mana Theo Neil. Nice name. Thank you for joining as well. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to everybody. Happy new week. Happy new month. It's the 9th month of the year, so I pray that you'll experience, fruitfulness and abundance and all the good things your heart desires. It's good to be here. I hope everybody had a wonderful weekend. How is the family? How is life? Ṣé church lánàá? Ṣé lọ ilé ìjọsìn lánàá? Ǹjẹ́ ẹ̀yin lọ sí ilé ìjọsìn bí? Ìyànra lé sí kọ́, ìyànra ilé ìjọsìn náà sí kọ́. Ṣé dáadáa ni? All right. Again, glad to be here. But like I always say, we have to engage, right, to ensure that we keep the live going. So if you're on YouTube, please like it. Like the live. We're already seeing amber alerts. That means that we don't have enough engagement. So please like the live, share the live. Also click on the heart icon above my head, join the team. If you're a member, drop a gift. If you're on YouTube, please do the same. Double tap on your screen, click on the heart icon, bottom left of your screen to engage. These are the things that the algorithm sees to ensure that the live is recommended to others and that the stream itself is kept alive, so to speak. All right. I'm sure I'm going to have a great time today. Last week, that's on Friday, we talked about the Midwest and the agitation for creation of states and how, Action Group and Papa, how they handle that particular issue, right? We did that last week. But today we're going to be going to the east. We're going to have a recap of what happened in the West. Then we'll talk about what happened in the Eastern region as well. But that'll be after the news. So we can get into the news for now. So in case you're joining us for the first time, we do this every day, Monday to Friday. But I should also announce that tomorrow I will be at a conference. So that means that there won't be a live session. Let me just put it that way. There's a possibility, but let me just say it the way so that if it happens, that would be like that little thing. Exception about Shenkwe, but generally speaking, there's a huge possibility that we don't have a live session tomorrow because I have to be at a conference and it's in the afternoon. I was thinking of leaving much later, but Moshenboy, I have to be there early. Or something else. Yeah, but every weekday, 1 p.m. if a time West African time, we have these sessions, and today's session is going to be very fantastic, right? We're going to have a great time. And just in case you're joining us for the first time, so the format we use, we'll get into the news, we'll bring people up, we discuss the events, and then we'll get into the topic of today. So we're going to start with the news. All right, so let's start with the news. Let's start with breaking news. Pro-Biafra agitator Simon Ekpa sentenced to 6 years in prison or imprisonment in Finland for terrorism. There's a lot to say on this particular matter, and I think I'm going to get into this. Well, there's a lot to unpack, so I think I'm going to come back to this particular news item because I think that but we're going to, get into other matters and I'll come back to this later. So a number of things happened over the weekend. But Wiki, the FCT minister, yes, on Wiki engaged the media and talked about the party and the PDP and stuff. So I'm going to play the video, or the audio, I should say, since you're going to be listening, of that exchange between the minister of the FCT, yes, on Wiki, and the exchange he had with the media. And then when we come back, we will get into other things. But we're going to come back to this Ẹkáàbọ stuff because I like to read it in full, not just the headline. But let's have Minister Wike first of all. All right. Take a listen to this.
The PDP has now zoned the presidency to the south, chairmanship to the north. Is that a plus for you? Would you be running? Some other senior members of the party are even rooting for ex-president Jonathan to run, or Peter Obi to return to the party. Where is your position here?
Well, let me correct you. I want to ask you. Those who say Wike is wearing a mask, what are they wearing? You know, you see, you don't like those who are very blunt and who will tell you where they are. Right from day one, I did say with my colleagues, listen, PDP, you are shooting yourself. And if you allow what is going on to continue, you pay. And what did I say? Or what did we say? You cannot have the presidential candidate at the same time national chairman of the party. It is better now you have stolen the presidential ticket. They stole it. And again, stole the national chairman. I said it will purge you. And it really purged them. And I have no regret for it. Now you see, I have appeared in this forum before. And I said, listen, you have to, the presidency must go back to the south for them to be able to complete their 8 years. I never hid it. I said it. And people were making noise, at the end of the day, what has happened. Now they realize that yes, it's true. We cannot take president and take chairman. Now you have given yourself national chairman. Let the president go to the south. Why not be that as used to be? Why not be that arrogant to say nothing will happen? No, they realize that something will happen. It happened in 2033. Even this one you have done now. To what? Bringing Obi to where? Bring Obi to where? You want to kill the party the more?
You won't allow.
Obi that, I mean, you see, if somebody don't have characters, Obi that was abusing the party, that the party is rotten, is this? So the party is good enough for you to come and run for, you see these people, ambition can make you even go to Satan's house.
Minister,
don't excuse me. Don't rush. You ask question. So, Obi is not anybody who says so, like Baba said, I had him say. That is Baba's opinion. He's entitled to his opinion. But if you want to destroy the party, dare it. If you want to destroy this party, dare to bring Obi. Let even Obi come. There's nowhere you will go because of ambition. Can't we be principled? Because you're looking for president. Anybody that if he has not available, this doesn't cost me, this doesn't cost me. So no more ideology, no longer principle.
And the young.
All right, so that's Wike discussing what's happening in the PDP. I'm going to read something that he said after casting his votes a couple of days ago. There are two sources, so let me read this one from Channels Television. Rivers LG polls, coast now clear for lifting of In March, President Tinubu declared a state of emergency in the state over a month-long impasse between Wike and his successor, Fubara, suspending the latter, his deputy, and the state lawmakers. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Nyesom Wike, believes the conduct of the Rivers local government elections is a step closer to the end of emergency rule in the coastal state. Wike spoke on Saturday in Rumeperimkom, Ward 9, Unit 007, Obiapo local government area of the state after voting in the Rivers Council elections. Quote, so having done this, then the coast is clear for the state of emergency to be lifted, meaning that the local government has representatives, the state government has its own elected representatives, so we are good to go, he told the press after exercising his franchise. I do know that by September 18, the state of emergency will expire, and that would mean that the state governor and state assembly will come back to their job, and we will have a government at the grassroots level, the former governor of the state said. All right. In the exchange you heard between Minister of FCT Wike and the media guys, somebody asked him about Jonathan, the fact that PDP is trying to get Jonathan to come back. Anyway, this is Jonathan's wife saying something on that matter. I'd like you to take a listen to this. On board. Right.
Because to me, if you call me now for villa, I won't go there. I won't go there. Don't you see how young I am? Because the stress is so much. The stress of Nigeria is so much. If God managed to bring you out of it, you should glorify God. And thank God for the Lord's doing. Because He's marvelous in His eyes. He has taken you there once. Why do you want to go there again? I won't go. I need peace, so I need your love. I want to share love with you. May God bless us. So.
All right, so there are two names that were mentioned in that interview, and one of them, we just listened to the wife of the former President Goodluck Jonathan. That's the impatient Jonathan in her trademark style of getting her thoughts across. There's another person that people are talking about in connection with the PDP, and that's Peter Obi. Well, he had this exchange on Twitter, on a space on Twitter, and I'd like you to take a listen. If you understand anything that you're about to hear, please let me know. So hopefully you can help me, because sincerely, I need help understanding this. But take a listen to this.
It is not an easy thing. It is not an easy
Sorry
thing.
about
that. When you're bringing change, it is not easy. Because you have for enemies all those who live off the old order. And they're not sure whether you succeed. And transferring people from old order to new one. So I'm talking to them. They do little things. Some of them are operating under difficult circumstances. They aren't even allowing them to do anything. Because when you are in these houses, you can raise your hand and nobody will ask you question. Sorry, nobody will.
So, the man is all over the place. We're trying to understand exactly what he means. But if you're able to, please let me know if you're able to deduce anything from all of that. Well, please, let's power tap. Thank you very much for getting us 5.9K on TikTok. Well, please, let's keep liking the live, sharing, and also using the heart icon above my head. Thank you guys on YouTube. Please keep sharing as well. And on Facebook people, I'm glad to have you here as well. So a few things from Wiki from that exchange. It says, stop deceiving Nigerians with single-term presidency. Wiki slams Peter Obi and Amechi. Then it says again, I will not run 2027. I have integrity. I have character. There's no way my appointer is there. And we are saying he should run. And then I turn around and say, I will run. That is from Yesom Wike. So apparently, he ain't running. Bad news. The head of the civil service of the Federal Capital Territory, Mrs. Grace Adayilo, passed on. Quite sad. Union Bank of Nigeria has announced the successful completion of its merger with Titan Trust Bank Limited, following the final approval from the Central Bank of Nigeria. All right. There's this news about Colombia. Oh, sorry. Let me just read out the bad news. There's another bad news. Very sad, actually. A young lady was hit by Dangote truck in Auchi. That person has now given up the ghost. The person is dead now. Her name is Ruth Otabo. And there's a letter circulating. It's all over social media. The management of Dangote Group essentially commiserating with the family. That family. Also, something terrible happened in Niger State over the weekend as well. Alleged blasphemy. Angry youth kill female food seller in Niger State. A female food seller, simply identified as Amaye, has been lynched in Mariga local government area of Niger State by angry youth over alleged blasphemy against Prophet Muhammad. The incident was said to have occurred at Kasuwan Garba in the council area. I would never see any sense in these things. I would never see any sense in this thing. Can't just kill people for, which is why I think we should have the kind of structure that will help people do what they want to do. If you want to have Afghanistan, can't do it, but this doesn't make any sense. People shouldn't be dying. Meanwhile, I'm not sure about this, but somebody else put out a report saying, you know what, it's not confirmed, so I can't read it. It's just crazy, Sha, that people have to go through this and die. I'm not saying people should blaspheme, but in 2025, you kill a person for blasphemy. Which is well. It makes no sense. But of course, people are saying that's not the real reason, All right. I found what I was looking for. Colombian VP arrives in Abuja for a 3-day official visit. I want to ask, what's wrong with people on social media? Like anything, they must complain and curse people out. Even here, they are insulting people. Anyway, let me just read the news report. Colombian Vice President with husband arrives Abuja on 3-day official visit to Nigeria. The Vice President of the Republic of Colombia, Francia Marquez, and her husband have arrived in Nigeria for a 3-day official visit, accompanied by her spouse, Rafael Yeni Pinilo Okoro. The Colombian VP was received on arrival at Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport by the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Uche Naji, and the Minister of State FCT, Maria Bunkure. Marquez's official visit to Nigeria is expected to deepen diplomatic and strategic relations between Nigeria and Colombia, as well as enhance collaboration in areas of mutual interest, including governance, trade, agriculture, energy, education, and security, among others. I think this is quite nice. I don't know why people are angry on social media. Something's happening in the comment section. So that's not the way to say it, because you are also now disrespecting their religion. You see, so I think, I don't know why we have these things in our conversations. All of us just like the extremes. So there's a group that will kill people for saying something, and then there is you who would say, by the way, in case you're not able to read it, especially on YouTube and Facebook, let me read to you what he wrote here. Killing someone over an Arab who died 1,700 years ago doesn't make sense. I think that's also another extreme. Now you are insulting their faith. Can't we just walk in the middle of the road? Like, must any of us go to the extreme? Emma Farabale. Emma Farabale. All right. Let me play something. We're going to go back to that. And by the way, what I read about Samanekpa, it's true. It happened today. It happened today in Finland. So I'm going to read the news much less, because somebody asked earlier, when did that happen?
This is Madam El-Rufai's former...
Happened today. But I'll read the news towards the end of this section. This is Malam El-Rufai's former essay. His name is Jonah Bonnet. So El-Rufai was on TV yesterday. He was on channels with Sheikh Okinbaloye. And this is essay talking about some of the statements he made in that interview. So take a listen to Jonah Bonnet. And I hope I'm pronouncing his name correctly, but now waiting if I call and be that. Now the right time be that. I hope it's not Bonnet. Take a listen. Bonnet. Take a listen.
Hello, good morning, people of Kaduna. Good morning, people of Southern Kaduna. My name is Honorable Bonnet, former SA, stakeholders to Malam Nasir El-Rufai. I want to reply Malam Nasir El-Rufai because of the interview he held yesterday. Malam, enough is enough. Enough is enough. You have insulted the people of Southern Kaduna. You have insulted Khan. You have insulted Sokapo. You have insulted our pastors. You have insulted Zamani Lekwat. You have insulted the Tia people. You have insulted Bishop Bagobri. You have insulted the Kadara elders. You have insulted their chief, and their chief was killed under you. You have insulted Peter Obi during the last election, and the fool is there following you. You have insulted Atiku Abubakar that you are going to retire politically, and today you are there following him. You have insulted Yaradua. You have insulted Remi Tinubu. You have insulted Obasanjo. You have insulted the Igbo race. And I can see some Igbos even appraising you. And that fool called Peter Obi that you have insulted his people is there. You guys are there holding hands. We did the obedience. We were the movement. We believe in you, but we will never vote you again. Seeing you with El-Rufai, you have insulted us. You have insulted the Yoruba race, Malam Nasir El-Rufai. You have insulted Senator La. You have insulted Hunkwi. You have insulted Sheikh Usani. Hunkwi was your DG when I was contesting for House of Assembly. We all contributed to APC. Who are you? You were not known in Kaduna State. You were not known in Kaduna State. But today, you are just insulting everybody. You insulted Sheikh Usani. You have divided Kaduna based on religious lines. You have insulted what the McCarthy has done to bring peace to the people of Kaduna. You came, you divided Kaduna into Christian and Muslims. And we are still doing that. And you did that during the last election. Most of the people that refused to vote for Tinubu, it was because of you, Malam Nasir El-Rufai. And now you are now bringing another playbook. We will never go for a northern agenda. We will never support that party. Malam Nasir El-Rufai, enough is enough. Enough is enough. Are you the only intelligent person in this country? Are you the only intelligent person? Answer us. Are you the only intelligent person? Malam Nasir El-Rufai. And one question for you. What has Uba done? Menene laifin Uba? saboda kai da uba ya fadi zabe kuriya 10,000 cak mutane sun kishi saboda kai menene.
At this point, he went on to say what he had to say in Hausa. I don't understand Hausa, so I think it's a very good place to stop. But I'd like you to listen to some snippets from the interview that was granted by Malam Nasir El-Rufai yesterday. I was interviewed by Sheon Okinbaloye. So I'm going to play 2 of those clips for you. Take a listen to this.
What do you think is the quantum of the Christian population in Kaduna State?
You think they are insignificant?
No. What do you think? No, I ask you. What percentage?
I imagine maybe 30 or 25% of.
They are not up to that. Okay. So, if they are not up to that, why should they feel entitled to 50% of positions in the government?
This is one of the issues I have with this Southern Kaduna thing. I rarely talk about it, but not just Southern Kaduna. Is in Southern Kaduna, it's in other areas. But since we're talking about Southern Kaduna, and I want to advise Northerners, right, that maybe they too should try, especially the minority groups in the North, they should try to keep the conversation ethnic rather than religious. Right, and I'll explain what I'm saying very quickly. You see, there are minority ethnic groups, right? The North is not like Yoruba, it's not like Southwest. You have, like in a state, you could have many ethnic groups, right? So you have the big one, then you have the small ones. Now, the small ones are tiny. And when I say tiny again, this is not to disrespect, it's just to make a point. Now, in order to band together, they then use religion as the basis of identity. And so the conversation shifts from my right as a citizen to my right as a Christian citizen or Muslim citizen. And I think it's, to be honest, that's the politics of the North. Like, religion is what they use. But I hope that they at some point can flip it and use, because when it comes to trying to get the international community to support the smaller groups, you have to use what binds everybody together. And what they use to bind themselves together is Christianity, because that's where they are bigger, right, than the small numbers, right? So they can say we are Christians are going through this and that. But I think that if they stick to that, the conversation is always very funny. For instance, look at what he just said right now. He said, what's the percentage of Christians in Southern Kaduna? And then, because they're not that many, according to him, why should they ask for 50% of the seats? My question is, why are they even asking? Again, I'm Yoruba, so maybe I'm looking at things from a Yoruba perspective. Why are you asking for seats based on religious persuasion? The Southern Kaduna person is much a citizen of Kaduna or of Nigeria as the person from Northern Kaduna. So why is religion even the basis of that conversation? But again, politics is local, but I'm looking at it from outside. I've been saying this, because I've been saying this for a long time, for more than 10 years. So we'll travel to Kaduna, for instance, from Abuja, and I'll listen to my friends who live in Kaduna, and they always do this Christian Muslim things and then it got to a point where I'd gone there for a series of lectures. So it got to a point, and I asked him, I said, do you really think religion is the problem here? I mean, do you not see what's happening, that it's about land, it's about cultural expression, it's about identity? Why do you chalk everything down to religion? Now, it works in the international community. It works to say Kinekon against Christians. It drives that narrative, and then it helps, to galvanize public opinion, right, to your side. But I think the downside is, it sounds a bit funny listening to Malam Nasir El-Rufai say what he said right now, and saying kini percentage are Muslim to Wambe, and because the Christians are not so many, what he said was, if the Christians are not up to 25%, what makes them feel entitled to 50% of the posts? Now, that religious thing would work for international help, but it cannot work for posts in Kaduna. And by the way, I don't know if I should say it's right or wrong, but you see what it just did. Nigeria's religious politics is religious institutions versus institutions. No, it's not. It's not. Yoruba, you're wrong. Nigeria politics is not religious based. If it were, he would not say what he just said right now. There's a way common people perceive Nigerian politics. There's a way the players perceive it. They're just using religion to train Lomio. When they're done voting based on that, how do you now get the seats? If it's really based on religion, then they should be having percentage based on religion. But that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Why? It's not recognized in the Constitution. It's not. So you're playing a losing game. Well, I mean, what do I know? I'm a Yoruba man. All right, let's take a listen to a few more clips from the same person. Religion is the tool. Of course, that I can agree with you. It is the tool, but it is not the basis of politics. If it were the basis of politics, then these kind of conversations would not be had. But is it a tool? Absolutely. But it's not the basis. They're two different things. Anyway, take a listen to Nasir El-Rufai. 2 more clips, and then we'll go to the NSA.
That our government, which is the first state government in Nigeria, to establish a Ministry of Internal Security and Home Affairs, and invested a lot in coordinating the actions of security agencies, can be blamed for not managing security. No one has managed security with the degree of commitment that we have. And you can ask 3 service chiefs that served in Kaduna, and we have. And you can ask 3 service chiefs that served in Kaduna under my watch. One of them is still alive. Farouk Yahya was chief of army staff. He was GOC in Kaduna. I saw him yesterday at the wedding. You can call him, bring him to this program, and ask him what we did. What I will not do, okay, is to pay bandits, give them monthly allowance, or send food to them in the name of non-kinetic. It's nonsense. We
Absolutely.
Is that what is it?
It's not the government of Kaduna State. It's a national policy driven by the Office of National Security Advisor, and Kaduna is part of it. Many states are objecting to that. But that is the policy now. Kill the bandits. That's the new policy. My position has always been the only repentant bandit is a dead one. Let's kill them all. Let's wipe them. Let's bomb them until they're...
All right. This is the response of the Office of National Security Advisor to what Nasir El-Rufai just said. The Office of National Security Advisor dismissed on Monday, today, allegations by former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai that the federal government engages in ransom payments or inducements to bandits. El-Rufai had alleged that, by the way, the person shouting, yeah, when you were listening to that was Loretta Onochie, because she put that on her page. All right, so back to the NSA. El-Rufai had alleged that the current administration prefers to pacify criminals rather than eliminate them, insisting that authorities provide payments and supplies to dissuade bandits from killing Nigerians. He declared, "What I will not do is to pay bandits, give them a monthly allowance, or send food to them. Non-kinetic is nonsense. We are empowering bandits. That's what is going on. It's a national policy. Many states are objecting to it, but that is the policy now. My position has always been that the only repentant bandit is a dead one. Let's wipe them out, bomb them, reduce them to nothing, and then the 5% that still want to be rehabilitated can be rehabilitated." The ONSA, through a statement signed by its Director of Legal Services, Zakari Mijinyawa, described El-Rufai's claims as false and inconsistent with facts on ground. The office stressed that neither it nor any agency of government has ever paid ransom or inducements under the present administration. It also noted that the government has consistently advised Nigerians against paying ransom. According to the ONSA, the administration adopted a 2-pronged approach: direct military operations against criminal groups and community engagement designed to address underlying grievances. It said, quote, "From inception, this government adopted a dual strategy: decisive kinetic operations alongside community engagement aimed at addressing local grievances. The result is evident in such areas as Igabi, Beningwari, Giwa, and other parts of Kaduna that once suffered untold terror in Kaduna State, but are now experiencing relative peace. For a former governor of the state in the person of El-Rufai to deny these sacrifices on national television is both unfair and deeply insulting to the memories of our security personnel. So that's the Office of the National Security Advisor responding to Malam Nasir El-Rufai. One more video and then we'll move on to other things. Take a listen to this.
They can, what do you say to them?
Yeah, they can think what they think. Sheun,
which gives them a feeling that maybe Nasir El-Rufai hates Southern Kaduna people. They can, what do you say to them?
Yeah, they can think what they think. Sheun, I don't tolerate nonsense. Governance is not a joke. When you are governing 10 million people as I did in Kaduna, you must not discriminate between A and B. Nobody can blackmail me that because he's a Christian, the law doesn't apply to him. Okay? There are people in Southern Kaduna that feel entitled to behave in a certain way, and I didn't take it. I dealt with them. Just as the IMN, the Zakzaki's people who thought that they could do anything they want and get away with it, we dealt with them. And Zakzaki people are Muslims like me, but I didn't take any nonsense from them. Go and ask them. They consider me an enemy.
How do you then explain to those who think that you are a fundamentalist?
I don't care. The people that think I'm a fundamentalist don't know me. They have never met me. They have formed their opinion. And frankly, Sheun, the reason why my enemies are very vehement at hating me is because I don't care what they think. It's the way I am. I'm very comfortable with who I am and what I am. And I don't care what you think. You know me. Those that worked with me know me. Some of the closest people I worked with in the government I empowered are from Southern Kaduna. They know that this is not true. But they are...
All right, it's pretty long. And then there's this... I don't know what's happening with the audio. It comes and goes. But I think we got the meat of it. So that's that about... it's longer, but I want... Because time is almost 3. I'm just going to move on to other things. We read something similar to what I'm about to read last week, but I'm going to read it in another way. Between January and May 2025, oil-producing states in Nigeria received a total of 620.23 billion naira as their 13% derivation fund, which is more than twice the 308.19 billion they received during the comparable period in 2024. Delta received 185.16 billion naira. Bayelsa received 230.21 billion, Akwa Ibom 124.79 billion, Rivers 114.06 billion naira, Edo 18.6 billion naira, Ondo 15.51 billion naira, Imo State 14.48 billion, Abia 8.99 billion naira, and Anambra 8.442 billion naira. So a lot of these people are receiving massive amount of money, and it's just, we hope that we'll see its impact in the lives of the citizens. All right, moving on to finance. Stay here for a bit and then we'll go back to the news from Finland. If you invested $1 million, this is from Citizens, by the way, and I think they got this from the Nigerian Stock Exchange. If you invested $1 million on 2nd January 2025 in the Nigerian stock market, this is what it will be worth now. I'm not going to read everything, just to say that the stock market is doing well. So if you had invested $1 million, by the way, if you don't know anything about stock markets, go and do your research, because that's in there. How many people remember Japan and when AIT and those banks started their all those banks started buying selling shares 2007? Oh boy, we bought shares. Dangote also sold. I think it was Dangote bags or something. Call on Laura Emiwa. So please understand the market, but just to say that things are changing clearly. If you had invested $1 million at the beginning of the year, better glass you now have 7.49 million naira worth of Better Glass shares. That's about 750% increase. Mutual benefits 6.39 million. The initiates 4.8. If it was an Honeywell 3.58. Academic Press 3.18 million. That's times 3.18 essentially. Nigerian breweries. A lot of the thing is, so I have there's a list of 113 stocks on Nigerian exchange, and no, Ojubelo, I'm going somewhere what I'm about to say. 143 of the 143, if you had bought the first 108, you'd have made a profit, even if it's minimal profit. But with some, you make a lot of profit. And then the from 109 to 123, you won't make anything because those ones do not move, like Household Savings, Eco Core, Premier Paints, but at least Godin. And then some you lose because of, but they're just few. They're less than 20 of the 143. So that means that the stock market is doing well. And for those who say there's nothing working, I think they might be wrong. Be like say something they work for that part of the economy. If you know more about it, when it's time to come up, please feel free to explain it. Even Dark Communications has appreciated. If you had bought Dark Communications on August 1st, last month, in 30 days, it's now worth 1.25 million naira. So if you bought 1 million shares, it's now 1.25 million in 1 month. That's some progress being made. A few more things here. Where public basic education are affordable. So the statistics from State Performance Index, NGF, 2025. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Oh, no, not here. State Performance Index 2025. Basic education is affordable. Top 12 states: Jigawa, Benue, Akwa Ibom, Taraba, Gombe, Adamawa, Oyo, Niger, Yobe, Delta, Enugu, Edo. States with quality public hospitals. First 12, we have 2 southwestern states. Not bad, but not good enough. It's Gombe, Jigawa, Adamawa, Niger, Osun, Yobe, Benue, Akwa Ibom, Kebbi, Bauchi, Oyo, and Plateau. There's actually one I'm looking for. I wanted to read it today. But if you'd like to contribute, please send your request. Okay, before then, I just remember now, I wanted to talk about this thing. Mumbo. Market value of listed companies in Nigeria. MTN Nigeria is now valued at 9.13 trillion naira. Somebody says on the stock market, it's only those that are not doing well that their jingles won't allow you rest.
At least you remember the jingles. Anyway.
At least you remember the jingles. Anyway. So MTN is now valued at 9.13 trillion naira. Airtel is 8.68 trillion naira. E-Transact 99.8 billion. CWG 41.65. Even agriculture, Presco is now worth 1.48 trillion naira. Okomo Oil is now just 72.99 billion naira. That's almost a trillion naira valuation. So things are getting better, and it's important to acknowledge it. I'd like to read this from the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and I think it's just to tell us what he has done so far. He says here, "Dear Nigerians, I took an oath to serve all Nigerians, not a section. That oath guides every bridge, road, rail, power, and health project we deliver. From the Lagos-Calabar Highway in the south to the Sokoto-Badagry Superhighway in the north, from Port Harcourt-Maiduguri Rail in the east to Abuja-Kaduna-Kano Expressway in the center, and the Trans-Saharan Highway connecting African countries. These are not local trophies, they are our national assets. Health centers are being rehabilitated nationwide. I don't know why the federal government has to do that, but we're in Nigeria. Light rail projects in Kano, Kaduna, Lagos, and Ogun have been given the green light. 250,000 jobs are being created. Power is returning to Kaduna through the revived 255 megawatt power plant. Bridges in Onitsha and Bonny reconnect our people. Oil exploration is expanding in Bauchi and Gombe. And the AKK pipeline has crossed the Niger. Every farmer who needs a road, every trader who needs power, every child who needs a school, every patient who needs care. This is who we are building for. This is the equity of renewed hope. No Nigerian is second class, no region is left behind. Together we will rise as one nation, one people, and one destiny. Bet on Nigeria. That's from President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. There's an infographic here that breaks down what's happening in different parts of Nigeria. For instance, it says Northwest, they're spending about 5.97 trillion naira. North Central, 1.13 trillion naira. Northeast, 400 billion. Southwest, 604 billion, excluding Lagos. I wonder why they're excluding Lagos. I think government also has to have some balls, man. You're spending a lot of money in Lagos. Yes, you should. I mean, it's the goose that lays the golden egg. I don't know why you have to be excluding something. That's politics, but it's unnecessary. Southeast, 407 billion naira. South, 2.41 trillion naira. That's the cost of the projects running in different geopolitical zones of Nigeria. All right. Let me go to Finland. I hope we can quickly get it together. This is from YLE. It's a Finnish news website. It says Finnish court sentences Simon Ekpa to prison on terrorism charges. The long-term Lahti resident and one-time councillor in the Finnish city had faced a long list of charges, including participating in a terrorist organization and publicly inciting crimes for terrorist purposes. Paijat District Court has sentenced Simon Ekpa to 6 years in prison after finding him guilty of terrorism-related charges. The court ruled that Ekpa had participated in a terrorist organization and had publicly incited crimes for terrorist purposes. The charges relate to Ekpa's alleged activities aimed at re-establishing an independent state in the Biafra region of southeast Nigeria, which was briefly independent in the late 1960s. In its verdict, the court said that Ekpa had used a significant social media following to stoke tensions in the Biafra region between August 2021 and November 2024. It added that Ekpa was an influential member of a Biafran separatist movement, which established armed groups aimed at bringing about Biafran independence by force. The district court's ruling further noted that Ekpa had supplied these groups with weapons, explosives, and ammunition through his network of contacts in the region, and was also found to have encouraged his followers on social media platform X to commit crimes in Nigeria. Ekpa, a long-term resident of Lahti and one-time local councillor, committed these crimes from the Finnish city, the verdict added, meaning the Finnish court had jurisdiction in the case. Ekpa had denied all the charges in court. Born in Biafra, he moved to Finland in 2007 as an athlete. The court on Monday also convicted him of aggravated tax fraud. Okay. The district court's verdict is not final, meaning it can be appealed to a higher court. All right. This is quite interesting, considering the fact that one person who probably think is quite smart was telling us last week how the federal government should let Nnamdi Kanu go, because what has it done? And of course, we have their spokesperson. People going everywhere telling you they didn't do anything, they're just talking. So whatever happens, I hope fair, the judgment is fair, but this is quite nice. You can't stay somewhere and be causing trouble in Nigeria. I'm telling everybody that you are creating content. Let's create content responsibly. All right, that's about that for today. There are other things, but I want to just hold on for a bit. If anybody wants to come up, please feel free to send your request. I'll bring you up and then we can be part of the conversation. So much you're laughing. Why are you laughing?
Peter Obi says that he did not see anything.
Abi, Shebi Nkodoso ne. Even Peter Obi says that he did not see anything. He's just being vulgar. That's the person that will become president, though. There's a reason some people will not smell Aso Rock. Once they get there, that clannish mindset will always take over. We can already tell. We can already tell. And no, we don't want that. By the way, I mean, there's one other good news I think I should quickly read. Nigeria's power supply gets boost as billionaire Deji Adeleke unveils landmark 1,250 megawatt plant. Billionaire Deji Adeleke has been praised for completing and commissioning a 1,250 megawatt. I'll take that again. Billionaire Deji Adeleke has been praised for completing and commissioning a 1,250 megawatt power plant in Omotosho, Ondo State. The commendation came from a citizens club, which described the project as a significant step towards solving Nigeria's power supply challenges. They hailed Adeleke's visionary leadership, noting that his efforts serve as an inspiration to entrepreneurs in Ede and across the country. Dr. Deji Adeleke, Chairman and Managing Director of Pacific Holdings Limited, parent company of Pacific Energy Company Limited, has been applauded for completing and commissioning a 1,250 megawatt power plant in Omotosho, Ondo State. You didn't finish your thought about the Colombian news. Oh, didn't I? I thought I did. Okay, let me find it and read it again. I thought I did, to be honest, but just in case I didn't, let me find it. Bill, I said today, but I just want to chill and listen. It's Monday. But please power tap on TikTok. 14K is not good. We have to be somewhere around 25, 30 right now. We have Amber Alert, which is not good. It's been up there for a while. It's not good. Right, we don't want to lose the live. So please power tap on TikTok, please. Thank you. Oh, I was going to play something from Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka, but let me find that Colombian thing. Colombia. Mugbadore. Remy. All right. So he says the Vice President of Colombia, Frankia Marquez, on Saturday arrived at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja, for a 3-day official visit to Nigeria. No, I read it. I finished it. There's nothing else to read. Well, she's here to talk about... No, I finished what I wanted to say. There's nothing else to say on that matter, unless you want to, come up and then you can maybe throw more light on it. But yeah, that's about it. I said here that a key highlight of the visit is the signing of memoranda of understanding in strategic areas of the economy, including women's empowerment, trade, aviation, manufacturing, agriculture, and culture, among others. That's the news. Before we go on to other things, let me play you an exchange between Reverend Father Matthew Hassan Kuka and Rufai Oseni on Arise News. Please take a listen to this.
Places in a position to govern this country, I will try and support them as best as I can. Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, our president, I've known for quite a period of time. What's and all, I see and I hear that we are somehow in a very difficult situation, but I see a bit of commitment to continue with this journey. And all we can do is to continue to encourage those in government. I also see and I hear and I see a lot of the things that are going on. And I think that, frankly, it is my hope that maybe down the line, in another 6 months, I imagine that things should be slightly, significantly different. So if you ask me, do I believe that this government can achieve what it wants to achieve? I believe my answer is yes. And I think you can also see that some of the things that people have, the agitation that people have made, that government has shown a bit of response in a way, a manner that we were not familiar with. So for me, anybody or any government that is prepared to take us a little bit away from where President Buhari left us, I'll be more than happy to support that process.
Where are we going? Where do we want to be as a nation? Trillions go down the drain, but we don't really get anything out of it. I mean, these are the factors on ground. And when you look at it, you talked consistently about the things that, President Buhari did not do right. But all of those persecutions are still there today, and nothing has improved. The state of the economy will be taken through an economic merry-go-round, and we are still where we are. Things have even gotten worse off. You're saying we need a time for healing. When
I think, Rufai, no wound heals in a day. And I think that what you are doing, let me tell you, unknown to you, you have established yourself, and not only three of you, all of you who are on the talking shows and so on, you underestimate the amount of influence you have on people. You don't know how much a negative journey can take you to. The map reading business is not something that a president does. And for me, my main concern and interest is that, look, contrary to the whole expectation, Nigerians think that one day they're going to find some Messiah who is going to come and I say, no, we can't have a Messiah in Nigeria, because if you have a Messiah, the Christians recognize him, the Muslims will not recognize him. The Muslims are also, in some segments of Islam, are expecting a Messiah. When he appears, the Christians will not. We're not looking for a Messiah, and there are no Messiahs anywhere. I'm not an opposition politician, but I'm also opposed to things that I see government is not doing right. So if you talk about healing, quite a lot is taking place. And I'm not talking about in relation to government. I think that despite all the challenges and the difficulties, we have a lot of bright spots here and there. There is evidence that we're in the right direction. Where we are not, the government is not doing well, or any government for that matter, it is important that we learn how to, as somebody said, make noise. But I don't think we can just assume that nothing is happening, nothing is changing. No, a lot of things are changing. And of course, unlike you, I'm a priest. So one of the things I market best is hope. And I think that's where we, that's where we differ. So no matter how difficult things may be, I have to find a reason to let people know that tomorrow will be better. Well,
all right. While some people look for the good in everything, some people's penchant is looking for the worst. But I found something good in Enugu State. I should read that here. Enugu Governor Peter Mbah relaunched Niger Gas Company after 30 years, creating 100 plus direct jobs and 5,000 indirect jobs, showcasing commitments to reviving state assets and boosting the state's $4.4 billion economy. So that's from Enugu State, and so that was quite nice, and it should be shared. All right, I think we're good enough. I mean, we've had enough with the news. Apparently, we're all good. Nobody's coming up, so we're going to go to the class, to the next section of today. Before we go on, we're about to fly now. Let me just take some comments. Badge says on YouTube, after serving time there, they should extradite him, make him come chop beans for kirikiri. I don't think it would be a bad idea at all. Since the wala weighing cost, not even for Finland, in Kosam. He sit down for Finland, they cost wala, but the wala they happen for Nigeria. People they die. Then they carry arms and ammunition, enter the country. People they die. Just like when this thing started and people were talking, there are some people who were like, no, don't, it's our own version of Amotekun. I don't know how people can be that dumb. It's our own. You are a bigot. You are against it because you are a tribalist. May God save everybody. All right, a few more things. Let me see. Cooperative separatism has shown that if it works, cooperative separatism has shown that it works if the masses are willing to work together and police their own peoples, take responsibility and care for their own, more than begging for more for free. I don't know what you are referring to, but thank you very much for your comment. Someone on TikTok says in Senate crimes, it should serve most of his sentence, then get deported.
All right.
Ẹkáàbọ. All right. You've had a great time discussing the news. Let's move on to. It's quite interesting when people don't want to come up, but please, we really have to power tap on TikTok. By the way, if you're on YouTube or Facebook, you're hearing this for the first time. Power tapping simply means that we want to. We have to engage. Okay. Is when you have to repeatedly tap on your screen on YouTube, on TikTok. So I think there's one more person who wants to come up. Just give me a second. I'm going to bring you up.
Please, after this person, another person is coming up, please. Just one more person. Let's just do this.
Please, after this person, another person is coming up, please. Just one more person. Let's just do this and then we can move on. Good afternoon. Why you use this name? Who calls you this? Who calls you Sugar Daddy? Hello?
Hello.
Ẹkáàbọ, Shewa. Your username is quite interesting.
Sugar Daddy. Anyway, thank you so much for doing a very wonderful job. Really.
Thank you.
The time difference here is, I think we are 3 hours ahead. So each time you're coming online, that's when I'm going to work. So I'm always finding it difficult to be part of the program, but I must commend you for a very, very amazing work you're doing, and God bless you.
Thank you.
Because I look forward to joining you every day. But today, I think I'm off today, so that's why I want to be part of it, and I'm so proud of what you're doing. I thank you for having me.
Thank you.
I wanted to share a material with you at some point. When I saw it on Facebook and couldn't send it to you concerning this, that was where you also, I think that day you, that was the day you were treating where did the Igbos actually come from. I don't want to digest because I know you have your program lined up already. Where do those people really come from? Really, really, really. And wallahi. And actually want to I want to beg you to have a session. Let's help them really. I want you to have a session on that particular. It will give them the younger generation that are willing, because I don't want to generalize issues, because I grew up in the midst of Igbos, and until now, after over 40 years of my living, this is when I started seeing that we are actually not the same, and it is not anybody's fault of our system politically and economically. Things have really gone bad, but I know there are some coming up that are willing to learn and probably do things differently. Three, I hope people here. Oh no. See, I live in the UAE. What if body be okay. Once you are arrested, they'll ask you if you are Yoruba. I'm telling you, or Igbo. You can't even. So I don't know if it is good or bad, but they know now that there's this ongoing or the campaign that Emma Darupo Moshakpao, oh yato sira won, ayato sira wa. If it borrow our day, but I have hope greatly in the fact that téèyàn bá wá knowledge ó máa rí ó dẹ̀ máa ṣe láǹfààní. So bóyá tán bá I don't know. I think I believe so much on your platform that it's going to help. It's going to help bring better reasoning, and for those of them who are willing to learn. So thank you so much for doing a good job, and I pray the gods will continue to protect you and guide you. Thank you so much, bro.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. I really appreciate your submission. And Empress, I see you in the comment section, and I see your comments. Well done, eh?
So there are different.
Sincerely, eh? So there are different theories to where they're from, and of course, we're not talking about it today, but there are different theories, all right? People have, come up with different things. Even they have come up with different things. But let me first say something, and maybe this is how I'm going to answer the question without answering the question directly. Whenever you find a group of people who are constantly looking for where they're from, most likely they're a recent invention. So I'm going to have to mute because of the feedback. Whenever you see a group, constantly having to look for where they're from, they're most likely a recent invention. Many of the ancient groups, their identity is rooted in their myth of origin. You can tell where they're from. But once you start having people who, for some reason, they probably don't even have a history like that. Let me give you an example. Last week, somebody sent me a link. As a professor, she's a professor. I was listening to a professor talk about where the Igbos are from, and I was just disgusted by it. Disgusted because you're going to have a conversation about history, and your first statement is "we believe." Now, there's nothing wrong with "we believe" in a scientific conversation. Maybe not even wrong in a historical conversation, but you can't have your entire lecture based on belief. Like, you can't say anything for more. There is no fact. It's just, if you think like this, we believe that. How can that be some people's history? Once you start using we believe, it's as if you're discussing religion more than you're discussing history. But where are they from? I mean, I don't know. And this is me being generous, right? I don't want to. This is what I would say. Number one, the united identity is a recent invention. That one is true. I can tell you sources where you can get that one. And maybe I should mention two. Ethnic Politics in Nigeria by Professor Okudibanoli. He talked about that in terms of the Igbo identity and how it was formed and how it did not exist until in the colonial times, right? There's nothing like we are all Igbos. That did not happen until colonial times. Not just in name, not just in nomenclature, but also in identity. So, and I think it's also important to quickly say this, that one of the problems that we have sometimes is that when we have these conversations, people say, oh, but Yoruba people too used to have this name. I'm going to have a session on Yoruba very soon. But there's a paper by Professor Badi Akintoye, and of course, he pieced that together with the book by Akinwumi Ogundiran and a number of other sources. What's clear is that the Yoruba people have an identity that is, they have an identity that is very old, right? They also have a common ancestry, common civilization, common political structure, common deities and religious rituals and stuff like that. It's common to them beyond the language. There's shared ancestry, there's shared identity. You have the subgroups, but they all look up to a particular place and they are from there, and they've always had that kind of cohesion as a people long before the colonialists, got to our shores. For the Igbos, they were different groups. They were never a group, right? There's no common ancestry. There's no shared. Let me read something to you. Anyway, 2 books, then I'll read something. Check Okudiba and all these ethnic politics in Nigeria. And you can also read Igbos, 25 years after the war. It's by Joe Igbokwe. I think it's a fantastic book, although you have to read it to understand. Don't read it as if you just read it like you want to hear the person speak. Don't try to judge what they are saying from a Yoruba perspective or from Hausa perspective, from any other perspective. Just listen to him as an Igbo man. Some of those things are quite ridiculous, but it's fair because he's talking to you from his own perspective. So that book also helps. But let me look for a book that I think will probably.
This is what you find in many of the books.
I want to read some to you. This is what you find in many of the books where you can get to the issue of where they're from. So I want to read this book. It's called Igbo in the Atlantic World, African Origins and Diasporic Destinations. It says, the Igbo are the 3rd largest ethnic group in Nigeria. They share borders with Efik, Ibibio, and the Ijo on the southeast, the Edo on the west, and the Igala, Idoma, and Ogoja on the north. The origins of the Igbo are shrouded in myth and legend. Oral traditions and archaeological evidence suggest that they have lived in their present home in southeastern Nigeria for several millennia. The Igbo were a culturally heterogeneous people whose cultures and history have been marked by regional geographic variations. In other words, they are not the same people. They are different groups of people put together over time. Right? They are different people gather over time. They are, from the word go, they were heterogeneous. And that's why even till today, you say have this, it's not even dichotomy, it's clear divisions, based on the real ones, the ones that are not real. They have different names for them. I'm sure you've heard it before, but I don't want to go deep into that. So the way they do their things, everything was, the point is, why the confusion is all over the place as far as the origin is concerned, I'm going to mention it in today's session. But what the origin is, I'll just read stuff. Let me say, the reason I always stop, I know what I want to say, but Oroye heavy back on, and I know that some people will probably find it, insulting. But again, it's their history. They don't know. But this is my issue with folks from the Southeast. If you don't know, just say you don't know. And by the way, if you have to constantly say that you are from somewhere, there are 2 reasons for that. The first one, I will say it, I won't explain. The second one, I will explain later in this session because Oroma Debe. The first one is that maybe you are not an ancient people. We can explain that if you want to. The second one is that maybe there's something in your past that you are running away from. That thing in your past you're running away from is actually in the Willinks Commission report of 1958. And in discussing what happened in the Eastern region, we're going to have to mention it today. But again, when we get there, we'll just, again, I don't like history, weaponizing history to degrade a people or to denigrate a race or an ethnic group. That's why I'm very, very careful. So if you see me, holding back, is because I don't have any reason to say some things, at least yet. So that's the reason I don't say. But what you should remember is this. Number one, there is no unified Igbo identity until the colonialists got to our shores. In other words, there's a book that was published in the 1920s. It's called Notes on the Igbo Country. In fact, 2 books, Notes on the Igbo Country and then Among the Igbos of Nigeria by J.T. Basden. He mentioned that folks in Onitsha would call everybody to the East Igbo. They were not Igbos. They called everybody to the West Enwani. This was in the 1920s. This is not like 1,000 years ago. This is like, there are people that were born in the 1920s that are still alive. Or don't want to Darugbu Gansha, but you get the point. It's like 100 years ago. And up until the 1940s and 50s, up until 2025, there are people who tell you the real Igbo, the one who is not real, based on their towns. that thing is coming from something, right? They don't have a unified identity until the British. And they say, oh, all of you are Igbo, good or bad. That's what the British did. But again, you find that in Okudiba's book. Okudiba Nol is a professor, by the way. The book is called Ethnic Politics in Nigeria. There are things about them that may be cool, but that may help to unravel these things, but I don't think I want to talk about it, to be honest. Even the name of the people itself, when you look at their own dictionary, the English Igbo dictionary, which I have here, when you look at the meaning of the name, you now begin to understand why people are always trying to look for somewhere else as their origin rather than where they are. Because the name itself tells a story. Let me read something to you from that same book, Igbo in the Atlantic World, African Origins and Diasporic Destinations. It should be noted that a pan-Igbo identity as we know it today did not exist during the Atlantic slave trade era. As DK and Ekedriba correctly observed, Igbo as an ethnic category is a 20th century development, reluctantly accepted by several of the constituent groups on political and administrative grounds. Oh shoot, sorry. And this is what DK and Ekedriba said. During the period covered by our study, 18th and 19th centuries, the now 12 million or more Igbo, distributed over 30,000 square miles of territory east and west of the Niger, were variously referred to either as cultural groups or by the ecological zone in which they were found. Since Igbo was used at this time pejoratively to refer to the densely populated uplands, the major source of slaves, and by extension to slaves, it is not surprising that many of these groups have been reluctant to accept the Igbo identity. Thank you, Pretty Yeti. The Aro were among the groups that did not consider themselves Igbo at the time. These facts of identity and socio-political organization are important in understanding the political-military conditions in Igbo land that facilitated the procurement of captives for sale at the coastal ports. Since we have started on this path, I might as well get into today's topic. This prof is just too nice for my liking. Please just say it as it is, Ojari. Temi yemi. Sometimes what you're about to say, what you are saying, you want to get the information out. So the question is, do you want to be heard, or do you just want to say what you want to say? If it's about saying anything I want to say, but at the end of the day, why am I saying it? I'm saying because I want us to understand it, not because I want to insult people. And I think intentions matter, so that the good we are trying to do will not become evil. So let's just flow into today's topic. Since this gentleman don't bring question, we don't enter us. Chugadaji, thank you for coming up, and thank you for the question. I'm not going to answer it directly, but the one that I think will help, I will say it. A day will come when I will say more than I'm saying, but talk about Tommy, Emi on Waja and Temi. So, but thank you very much for coming. But let's get into this. So we've been talking about the Willinks Commission report of 1958. Again, Awo and Zik talked about state creation. We're coming back to what I just read right now. It's a very, very important bit of information. That slave part, that thing is a major reason for the way people are acting the way they are. They just don't even understand it. The very name of the ethnic group, that's what it means. And I'm going to make sure I'm reading it from the books so that it no go be like say we dey fight. Because trust me, malice towards none, love for all. I love everybody. I'm for everybody, I'm for nobody. All right. So we've been talking about state creation, right? We've talked about the perspective of the AG and of NC. We talked about how originally AG, when the Midwest agitation started in 1952, and I think this is also going to help us to do a little recap of the Midwest before going to the East. So a lot of people have been clamoring to have their own state in the Midwest since the late 1940s. But in 1952, something very interesting happened in Ibadan. It was in the Western House where the governor was and also the premier, sorry, not the premier at the time. It was the leader of government business. So we didn't have a premier in Nigeria until 1954. But in 1952, we had the local, we had our leader of government business. Okay? Give me a second. I'm wondering, there's a document I opened last week. I think it's important to open it as well because it's going to guide us. Big Inca, the weekend was final. Thank you very much, sir. Umbo, I want to read something. Boy, I've opened a lot of things since the last time we met. Though. I've opened a lot of things since the last time we met. I think it's this one. It's not. Oh, God. I might be no way, Joe. Let me just quickly find it. We'll do a redacted recap and then we'll get into the conversation proper. Where is that thing? 1952. It's here. Surely there. Okay, I think it's this one. You know what, I can't find it, but I remember what I want to say. So we'll just continue. So here's the thing. God is good. I think I found it. It's the Hansard of Western House of Assembly, January 7, 1952. And this, at the time we had a governor of Western Region, Lieutenant Governor of Western Region, and that was Hugo Marshall. And then Alake of Bekuta was the Alake made a statement. He said, on my right sits the Ooni of Ife. On my left, the leader of our government, Obafemi Awolowo. The voice of the West is complete. That was all he had to say, and then everywhere just went gaga. So remember that the Western region, the main political bloc, the main political party, in that bloc was Action Group. But there were two provinces, the Benin province and the Delta province. Those two provinces, between both of them, they had 24 representatives. Of those 24, only 3 were in the Action Group. Arthur Prest, Igodaro, and Anthony Nauro. The other 21 were in NTNC, right? And so when Alake made that statement, some of them said, oh, he's talking as though they didn't matter. But again, like I said, I don't see a lot of wisdom in what they said, because the Ooni of Ife was the one leading all the kings in the Western region anyway. And Obafemi Awolowo was the leader of government business. So if you have one to the right, one to the left, and I say the voice of the West is complete, or maybe it was a political statement that they probably understood amongst themselves. Maybe there is something more than that, which is possible since we're discussing politics. But that event in January of 52 became one of the triggers for the agitation going, really crazy. So they wanted to break out of the Western region. And Awo said in his book, The Autobiography of Chief Obafemi Awolowo, that he had no problems with them leaving. And the only issue he had was their viability, if they would be viable. So he started talking about just having viability as a major criterion for them to, move on if they wanted to, get out of the Western region. But the Action Group disagreed. And the reason, of course, was because Action Group was, the influence of Action Group was limited to the Western region, first of all. Number two, the Western region was the smallest of all the regions in Nigeria at the time. So there were three regions, essentially, North, East, and West. Of the three, the West was the smallest. Now, remember, this is 1952. Western Cameroon or Southern Cameroon, depending on how you want to call it, was part of the eastern region at the time. So the western region was the smallest, and if you allow a new region, that would affect the influence of Action Group. And so in 1955, the agitation for the COR got very loud as well, and so Action Group decided to say, okay, yeah, we hear what Awo has been saying all this while, it makes sense, but we said no, but now we can say yes, because at least if you break one region out of western region, you also be able to do the same thing in the eastern region. Maybe not in the northern region, and the reason, of course, was because they had this pact with the NPC, and they didn't want to hurt the NPC. So they said, okay, you know what, we're going to allow the Midwest to go if the COR will also be allowed by the eastern region, NCNC, to break off the eastern region. Now, remember that if you've been with us for a while, we've discussed how in 1943, Zik had published a book called, or a pamphlet called The Political Blueprint of Nigeria. And in that, he was talking about federalism, right? And how Nigeria should have a federal system. And that would be the best thing for us. Although by the time it was done creating his 8 states, he favored the Igbos more than any other region. But we talked about that earlier. Well, by 1951, Zik had moved from believing in federalism to believing in a unitary system. And his argument, and the argument of NCNC at the time, was that if we had a federal system with a regional system like the way we wanted it. Sorry, guys.
If you had regional system,
that if you had regional system, the way the nation was talking about federal system at the time, that it will mean that people would have to get travel certificate. They have to obtain travel certificate and passports in order to move, around Nigeria. Essentially, even though Zik and NCNC were talking a lot about one Nigeria, nationalism and Nigerian unity, they were actually fighting for the Igbos. And it's very clear. So, for instance, when they came up with the McPherson Constitution in 1951 to 53, they were the ones shouting, oh, if you have a federal system, it will break Nigeria's unity. And that if you have a federal system, they'll have to obtain travel passports to move from region to region. Only people who need to move would have a problem with that, even though that was not even in the offing. Nobody was thinking about that. But even if they thought about it, you wouldn't have a problem with that if you didn't need to move around from place to place. You get what I'm saying? Now, by 53, they then had a conference in London, and then 54, they had another one. That was where the secession clause came up. Now, 57, they're going to go back again. Now, this is 2 years after the noise became very loud in the COR and also Middle Belt. So they had this thing about, okay, people want to have states. The West was okay with the Midwest going, as long as the Eastern region would also allow the COR to go. The North did not want anybody to go because they didn't want to lose the Middle Belt. But then the East had a very fantastic idea that has to be rooted in stupidity and no apologies, because there is no way on earth a person would say, don't touch my region, don't break my region, but look at that Western region, break it into 4. When was this? It was in the 1950s. This is not about 2025. This is something that has been on. So break that into 4, leave the East intact, leave the North intact. And it's quite interesting that this was just a few years after Azikiwe had proposed an alliance with the AG in 1953. After the AG staged a walk out because the Northern People's Congress was against the idea of Nigeria having independence in 1956. What they had said in 53, after Anthony Naro moved that motion, was that Nigeria could have independence as soon as practicable. And when you read My Life by Ahmadu Bello, you also get to understand why they would say that. They were behind on all things, according to him. And by the way, this is one of the things I like about, and I'm not saying they are perfect, or they're far from it, but what I like about it is that they are realists. They knew that they had no education as much as the other 2 regions. They're going to have to play catch up, and if they gain independence, they'll be subservient to other groups. And it's politics. Anyway, so by 57, before the conference, Ahmadu Bello came up with the idea that they should have a conversation on this state creation thing. So they had a conversation in Ikorodu, and it was the AG and the NPC. The AG was represented by Chief S.L. Akintola, and the NPC was represented by Tafawa Balewa, and they met in the house of Alhaji S.O. Gbadamosi in Ikorodu. And in that meeting, they had a lot of conversations, but there are two things that interest us in this conversation that they agreed on. Number one was state creation. Number two was reviewing regional boundaries. So for state creation, they were like, listen, we're going to have to talk to our Igbo, the colonial guys, to create a commission of inquiry to look into such matters. And then they suggested what would be the criteria, right? Viability, the ability of the new regions to be services that the people were already used to while they were in the older region or the old region, and also that the fact that they can take care of themselves so they're viable. And then for the revision of regional boundaries, they had this interesting idea that ethnic groups in different regions can decide to merge with another region. And the simple way to explain that is that the Yoruba people in Kaba and Ilorin provinces could easily decide to join the Western region, right? They're going to have a plebiscite. They're going to have to vote, right? So that we plebiscite, and then the region, the Western region, must be willing to accept them. So these were the two major things they agreed to in 1957. This was early in the year, and so after that meeting, they're supposed to just go to London and go and enjoy themselves, and go more. They're supposed to go to London, and it was on March 1957. They're supposed to go to London and say, okay, this is the position of the North and the West. But because of what happened in 54, in my own opinion, I think it's probably one of the reasons for what the Sardauna did. Sardauna told Awolowo that it might be better for them to have a meeting that would involve the Eastern region, the NCNC, right? So they could have a united front in London, and so they invited Azikiwe, and then they agreed on certain things. They have this memoranda that they drew. They're going to sign it in London, and so on and so forth. By the time they got to London, the Azikiwe had a different idea. They had submitted a plan, a memorandum. Well, a set of memoranda, right, to the British. And one of the things they asked for was for 17 states. Why? Because they wanted weak states and a very strong center. And for some reason, because of the position of NCNC at the time, they were sure that they would be able to win at the center, which was Lagos. And NCNC was very strong at the center, right? And so the idea of we must have small states, KJ, so you can have a very strong unitary system of government. Even if everybody's shouting federal system, we can go through the back door and have a unitary system by creating weak constituents and ensuring that the center is very strong, right? Again, these are the things that the Eastern region was talking about, and that caused a lot of rancor in London during the conference in 1957. Eventually, the colonial government created this commission of inquiry called the Willinks Commission. So last week we spent some time discussing that commission report that was published in 1958. Molayo Light is often any report in MVB, which means that we can, learn easily from the document itself and see how things were. And that's why I also said that the question the other gentleman asked earlier, a very good way of actually getting into that question is by looking at the Willinks Commission report of 1958. And so we talked about the Western region. Mumbo. By the way, we spent some time on Friday talking about a white paper on political alignment in the Western region that was published in 1964. That video will be out later this week. It was a fantastic exchange. I really enjoyed it. Because they have lied to us about this Nigeria thing. But, Mumbo.
So we talked about the
commission. So we talked about the hang-ups that the Midwest had. So the commission started sitting in, I think, September of 1957, and they finished up in 58, and they came up with a report much later. But here's the point. Last week, we talked about what the Midwestern people complained about. So they complained, for instance, they complained about the fact that they were paying a lot of taxes, but the taxes were being used to develop Ibadan, right? And not much was happening in their region. And again, in the defense of folks in the Western region at the time, I don't think it's very wise to compare each province to Ibadan, which of course was the capital of Western region. Right, you're not going to expect that, and it's the truth, right? In 1950, in the 1950s, you couldn't expect that what was happening in the capital would happen in every single, city or province of the region at the time. Like, how much did they have to work with? I also mentioned that on the very best days from the Midwest, they contributed 18% to the purse. 18%. That was when things were very, very great, right? In many instances, they usually make about 10%, right? But on the the best days was 18% of the revenue, and they got about 25% of the allocations, right? So again, it wasn't because they were denied; it was because of the comparison with Ibadan. They also mentioned scholarships. A lot of Yorubas were there, which is true, right? And again, Yoruba were the majority in the ethnic group, right? And to be fair also, the Yoruba people were the ones making the most money in the region, right? Although there was rubber, like I said, rubber and everything from the Midwest on the very best days amounted to 18% of the revenue. And like I said last week also, that when you look at what they got, it was similar to whatever that person got. So, for instance, you notice that the primary, and we're going to spend some time on that this week, like by long, because education is what I'm always known for. So we're going to spend some time to discuss the details of the educational policy, the free education policy. When you look at the free education policy, it wasn't just restricted to Yoruba area. Everybody had it. So, for instance, whether you were in Urobo, meanwhile, nobody said they vote for AGO, but they go to schools. Again, there were 24 representatives from those two provinces, and only 3 voted AG, or only 3 were AG representatives. So that would be, again, Arthur Press, Igodaro, and Anthony Enaro, right? So Urobo did not have any AG person, but they got schools, right? Benin had schools. Everybody had schools, despite the fact that they were not voting for AG, which for me, I think is actually, it's responsible, but it's also altruistic. It's what a responsible governor should do, but more no lie. It also shows altruism in some way, and I think it's important to acknowledge it. But no, they didn't really acknowledge that, because the Oba of Benin was one of the people championing the creation of the Midwest at the time, himself and Dr. Azikiwe. And like I said also, that when you read the book, the autobiography of Awolowo, the AG at the time had they were weary, or they were talking to the Midwesterners, you guys should be careful of the Benin, right? Because they were going to be the majority if they had that region. But towards the end, they discovered that maybe Benin is not even the threat. Apparently, it was the minority that was the threat. And the minority, of course, in this case was the Igbos. They took over the entire structure of the region. As soon as it worked, they took it over. And we also talked about the report last week from the Igbo National Caucus. They had this stuff in 1964 where they literally made that statement that they had successfully clamped, or so they'd be firmly on the saddle of the Midwest. So the idea basically was to ensure that an Igbo person was the one in charge of that particular region, and that's what happened. The only thing Benin got out of it was capital. Even when it came to senior staff, they didn't do it based on, say, we have a lot of people working here. They just did it because, they could. And, regardless of what you think about it, that's what happened. I don't know if it's good or bad, but it is what it is. All right, we also mentioned some other things that the Midwesterners were complaining about. They talked about, for instance, stores, taxes, already mentioned taxes. They also talked about the ROF. And we spent a lot of time talking about that last week, that ROF is different from Ogboni. ROF is Reformed Ogboni Fraternity. It's similar to Freemasonry, right? And they were saying that everybody was going after ROF, that they're going to turn everybody to Ogboni, and that was going to affect them. A lot of them became members of ROF. Again, ROF was open. It's still open to people who are not even Yoruba. For instance, there are lodges in Onitsha. And even in the 60s, in the 50s and 60s, Zik was a member of ROF. So it was open to all, right? But then it was also very, very influential. So they had a problem with that. You know, they started saying things like, oh, people are going to use Ogboni to carry us, you know, everybody has to join and they're going to change the laws to favor. I mean, that's what they said, you know. Again, good or bad, that was what they thought. And I think it's important to also highlight their fears, even though I don't see a lot of wisdom in it, to be honest, because, I mean, maybe they even have a point in that one. I think the most preposterous one was what they said about Ifa. So, for instance, they will say things like, oh, that there was going to be Yoruba domination through Ifa in the Midwest. Again, doesn't make too much sense, even though there are elders saying this, but, you know, elders can make mistakes sometimes and can also say things that are just crazy. And I'll tell you why. The influence of Yoruba people in Edo or in Benin predate the British colonial guys, right? Ifa had been in Benin long before the British got to Nigeria. And that happened, of course, because of the interaction or the relationship between the throne.
So a lot of religious influences move from Yoruba land into that space. And it's not just in Ifa. They have any small thing that happens to you between you and a Benin person, you hear something like, can you still hear me? What I say I don't want to do? Anybody hear me in the comment section, please? I think I went off for a second. I'm back, right? Thank you very much.
I think I went off for a second, but I'm back, right? Omoba, thank you very much. Someone said it was not only from education they benefited, they also benefited from our Greek settlement. Yes, yes. But I hope everybody can hear me. Please, if you can hear me, please write in the comment section. I want to be sure we're good. All right, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Where was I? Yeah, so the idea of Ifa being used by Yoruba people to colonize Benin people in the 1950s is ridiculous. If anything like that happened, it happened centuries before then. Right? And I said it's not just limited to Ifa. When you look at their religion or their deities, they are literally from Ifa and from Yoruba land. And I was saying earlier that if you notice any small thing, to watch a lot of Yoruba. Thank you on YouTube. Thank you for the feedback as well. If you have any issues with a Benin person, you hear Ogun. Even in their greetings, some of them still greet themselves Lam Ogun. Ogun is a Yoruba deity. Olokun is from Yoruba land. Shango is from Yoruba land. Ayelala is from Yoruba land. These are deities that are worshipped or venerated in Benin. So it's not like it was colonial administration or whatever that brought Ifa to Benin. No, that happened, centuries before the British, which is why I consider it to be, quite ridiculous. But I mean, anything to get whatever you want. And by the way, there is nothing wrong in the fact, and I'll say this, there's a particular reason they brought up, and I thought that was actually a very, very valid reason, that as long as they were there, the Yoruba people would always have upper hand. I think that was actually very valid, even though we didn't play the game that way. I'll give an example. The man who moved the motion for independence in Nigeria was an action group, but it was not Yoruba. Why would you allow somebody who is not from your ethnic group do that kind of thing? And it was a momentous occasion. We still talk about it today. If you're a very tribalistic group, why would action group say Anthony Nauro should be the one to move that motion? There are many other people there. Papa could have moved it. Esela Akintola could have moved that motion. Ayorosiji could have moved that motion. Why did they make it? So again, it's also that I think they were intentional about that inclusivity, but it's also understandable if people from the Midwest thought, as long as this action group people are willing, we're not going, because they were not even voting action group, which is quite interesting. They voted against action group, but action group always won. And that was an issue, because if you're voting against them and they constantly win, that means that your own interests may not even be catered to. So I think that's actually a very fair reason to want to have their own say, to be honest, even though the other things they said, I don't see, why that should be the basis of the agitation. But again, people have different reasons. They also talked about other things, scholarships. And again, remember, every other thing. So I read something last week from Papa's interview in 1983, where we're talking about the schools they built in Urobo. What they did, everything they did in schools in Ife, for instance, or in Ijebu or in Ilesha, they also did in Urobo land and in Benin, in Ishekiri, all over, in Wari, all over the place, in Agbo, in Igbo spaces as well, right? But again, like I said, it makes sense that they would want more, because everybody wants to be able to determine their own destiny, so to speak. So that's that about the West. We also talked about, of course, how, again, when it was time for people to have, when it was time for them to move on, the Western region was okay with it. Let me quickly read something to you from the report, the Willinks Commission report, before we go on to what happened with the Eastern region. Okay. I found this quite intriguing, to be honest, because you wouldn't expect this kind of thing.
So this is from Willinks Commission report.
Okay. So again, this is from Willinks Commission report 1958. The full stuff is called Commission to Inquire into the Fears of Minorities and the Means of Allaying Them. That's the full name of the commission. So here's one of the things they have in their conclusion. By the way, the Shekiri never joined, they never wanted to break out of Western region. Excuse me. They wanted to be part of Ondo province because their language was similar to that of Ondo. Their dialect, Ishekiri is essentially a Yoruba dialect, and they felt they were closer to Ondo people, Ondo province, so they wanted to be part of Ondo province. So even if you wanted to have your own regions, you can have your regions, but we, Ishekiri people, wanted to be part of Ondo province. But that didn't happen like they would have wanted it to. For instance, let me just clear it when he says that. But let me just read it here. So this is part of the conclusion. I'm not going to read everything because I want to get into today's topic. It says here, again, we're reading the reports from 1958. Here we are confronted with a curious situation in that three separate main interests appeared before us, each represented by counsel and each pleading for a Midwest state. Let me quickly say this. If you're Yoruba, one of the things you're going to hear on social media is that whenever you say something happened in the East, some ne'er-do-wells will raise their voices and say, but it also happened in the West. For the upteenth time, West and East are not twins. As a matter of fact, we are not even mates. There's nothing connecting us apart from Nigeria, and which is okay. But there's a ridiculous penchant for always looking for similarities in situations, even if it's an evil situation. So, for instance, the Easterners saw fire. They saw FAD, right? As far as state creation was concerned, people in the old Eastern region. But when you're having conversations about it, there are people who say, but it also happened in the East. And the reason, they say, but it also happened in the West. And the reason they say it also happened in the West is not because it happened in the West. It's because if we say that we're not the only ones who went through that thing, then you can't really judge us because all of us are, what's the word now? Guilty of the same offense, so to speak. But no, just because you were guilty of that offense doesn't mean that I am guilty of that offense. And I can talk about what you did. You see, I can talk about what I did. I have no problem talking about what I did. But I can't appropriate your own problems to myself in order to make you feel good. And I'm saying that to say this. The East was always against these minorities having their states. But at that commission of inquiry, the commission itself was surprised. Although the West did not agree with all the things that people from the Midwest said, Western region wanted them to have their region. And that's why they said we were confronted with a curious situation in that three separate main interests appeared before us, and each represented by counsel. In other words, they had lawyers, and each of the three was pleading for a Midwest state. Who are these three groups? They were the government of the Western region and the action group, who were separately represented, although their interests were not always easy to distinguish, and then the Midwest state movement. In other words, there were three groups that wanted Midwest. There was the Midwest movement, Midwest state movement itself, which was comprised of people from that part of the region. Then there was action group, who was making a case for them to have their own region. Then there was the Western region government, which of course is larger than action group, because there are other people, parliament talking, say, AG. So if you are Yoruba, do not succumb to this thing where, oh, let me also feel like one Nigerian by saying that the mistakes your parents made, my parents also made it. My parents did not make the mistakes your parents made. They made their own mistakes, but it's not the ones your parents made. And in your Faja. So your Western Region Action Group were actually making cases, so to speak, making a case for the Midwest to have their own separate region. So it says here, we are confronted with a curious situation in that three separate main interests appeared before us, each represented by counsel and each pleading for a Midwest state. They were the government of the Western region and the action group, who were separately represented, although their interests were not always easy to distinguish. And thirdly, the Midwest state movement. All these interests advocated the creation of a Midwest state, though with differing degrees of warmth and with different definitions of its areas. And I'll probably just quickly say something about the definition of its areas, even from this from this book. So for instance, if you go down just a little bit, it mentions how they wanted the Akoko Edo of Afemai and the Shekiri of the Warri division in the south to be merged with the Ondo province. That's what it meant by the different definition of its areas. Why? Because those ones did not want to go with the Midwest. And you know what? There's something I did not read last week. I just remembered right now. Let me read something to you from Odokotiebo. I hope I can quickly find it. So there's something happening recently, right, about this whole Ishekiri Yoruba thing, and some people actually think it's new. Like, it's this. Please power tap on TikTok, please. Thank you very much. Some people think that this thing is happening because of the new political structure in Nigeria. That's why they are saying they are, Yoruba. It's not true. They've been saying that thing forever, right? And it's important to acknowledge it. Let me read to you something. This was in NCNCO, something that a letter Okotiebo wrote to Osadebe. Both of them were in NCNC, remember? Bonikinti Burial.
It says, I do not know the source or the details of your information that I owed you.
It says, I do not know the source or the details of your information that I owed you to be engaged in a conspiracy against my people, the Ishekiris, and myself, but I would have thought your great experience would have shown you the wisdom of seeking the other side of the story before resorting to the device of a unilateral press release. After all, even if you do not wish to approach me directly, there are at least three common platforms on which the issue could have been raised: the NCNC, the Midwest State Movement, and the Midwest Planning Committee. It is perhaps understandable that you did not choose to raise this before the Midwest Planning Committee, since you have never found time to attend any of its meetings. Could this be because you are not its senior? My stand is quite simple and perfectly clear. I will repeat again what I have said on many occasions before, and what you must know to be the truth. I have no ambition whatsoever to hold high office in the new region when it is created, nor do I have any nominees for such office. I do, however, genuinely believe that there is a conspiracy against my people, the Ishekiris, who stand to lose their land, their identity, and way of life unless adequate safeguards can be written into the constitution of the new region. This feeling is so strong among my people that they would prefer to remain outside the new region if they cannot feel secure in their future. This has nothing to do with my own position, for as I have said, I am not interested in holding high office there. Perhaps you feel that, knowing the strength of the feelings of my people, I should still have kept silent so as not to endanger the arrangements for the creation of the new region. If a similar situation were to face the people of Asaba Division, I cannot believe that you would remain silent. Rather, you would speak out without fear of the consequences. For only in this way would you prove yourself to be an honest and sincere leader with the true interests of your people at heart. I trust you would do me the honor of acknowledging that I too can be influenced by the same motives. There is abundant proof that such a conspiracy exists, whether you are personally involved in it or are merely being used as an unwilling tool by those who have consistently opposed the Shekiri people. That was Okotiebo to Dennis Osadebe. Just to give you an idea, the kind of politics that, they played at that time. Talk about the fact that there is abundant proof that there is a conspiracy to pull down the Shekiris in their land way back in the 1950s and early 60s. All right. So that's about, I think we have enough information on what happened in the Midwest. We're going to move on quickly to the Eastern region now. I'll take a minute break to quickly ask us to power tap on TikTok and also share the live. Click on the heart icon, drop a gift, a heart me. These things help the live go on and also brings people in from the FYP. Also, we're on Amber Alert right now on TikTok, and we really need to get out of here. We want to go green. Let's go green. Okay? Ogumade Moses, Happy New Month on Facebook. Thank you very much for joining us. So, we want to make sure it's green. So, please power tap on TikTok, and also just drop a heart me or anything. Click on the heart icon above here, drop a gift. These things, well, of course, I like gifts, but beyond that, the way TikTok algorithm works, when you have gifts, then it recommends the live to others. They're able to come in and be part of the session. So please, let's do that. Right? We're almost at 100K, by the way, which is fantastic. So let me clap for you in advance. By faith. Thank you for the gifts, Gorilla Boy. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for your gifts. I think we can do the same on YouTube as well, but please, let's engage, let's like, let's share, let's type, and let's gift as well, right? It's good to give, but again, I think the way they've structured the algorithm, once there's a gift somewhere, one share gift in there, then the algorithm recommends the live to others, and then they'll also be able to come in. All right, so thank you very much for your support. We're going to go into the next part of today's session now. So we're going to be discussing the Eastern region. Now, I said earlier, some things I wanted to say, I would rather read. Somebody says, Okotiebo must have been executed because of his stand against the expansionist plan. I cannot say you are wrong. I can't say you are wrong. I cannot. You know why? Let me pause a bit. You know, the Igbo National Caucus Protocol that was released in '64, they mentioned Okotiebo, Omosage, and Tafawa Balewa. And Ajekula no Mokuloni, if you discover what happened with Tafawa Balewa and Okotebo, it looks to me like there's a relationship between their death and the statements made about them. I think there's a possibility that, you know, there's a connection somewhere in there. And where's the letter? I've mentioned that thing again and again. I will say it later, but not now. You find it in the RUL collections of the Nigerian Civil War. You find it in Kole Omotosho's book. You find snippets in Ayodele. Educated elite in Nigeria, but it's not full. But the full one is in RUL. All right. The stuff I wanted to say earlier that I said I would prefer to read. The eastern region may, for our purposes, be regarded as a rough quadrilateral, not exactly oriented, with the sea to the south, the Niger to the west, and the Cameroon Mountains to the east. Within this rough square, there is a smaller square in the northwestern corner, which is rather more than half the size of the whole and contains about 2/3 of the population. This square consists of higher ground and has poorer soil and lower rainfall. It may be thought of as the Igbo Plateau, though it nowhere reaches a height of more than 2,000 feet above sea level. In answering that gentleman's question, we'll be explaining this thing dear. Again, remember this: Eastern region is not Igbo land. Just like Western region was not Yoruba land. This one you can do comparison because it's common sense. The regions were not created based on ethnicity. They were created based on geography. Northern region was not Hausa land. Northern region was not Hausa land. Northern region had Kanuri, it had Birom, it had Bacham, it had Idoma, it had Tiv, it had a lot Gwari, it had a Nupe, it had a lot of groups, even Yoruba, of course, with Hausa and Fulani, a lot of groups. I think it's reductionist to chalk things down to, and that's why when you have conversations about Eastern region, you have people shouting they want to go back to Eastern region. Let me quickly say something to those of us who like regionalism, like me. The regions of the 1950s are never coming back. Let me just explain. Especially not the way we think they will come back. To never happen. Which is a blessing. If you really understand it. For Yoruba person, that feels like a bad thing. Like, why would you say that? It's a blessing. Because if you decide to bring it back the way it was, people will curse you and it will cause wahala, if not war. If you understand the politics of the 50s and 60s in the Eastern region, you would never want to have an Eastern region ever again. And I know we can all wax lyrical and just say fine English words, but in reality, it was a terrible experience for the minorities in the Eastern region, and it's worse. And I'm going to be doing some comparisons in this matter because it will help you understand. It will help all of us understand the issue a lot better, right? So, number one, the Eastern region was different from the Western region in that, I don't want to go ahead of myself.
The composition of the region was different. Yes, you had a major ethnic group in every region.
The composition of the region was different. Yes, you had a major ethnic group in every region. The Hausa in the north, the Yoruba in the west, the Igbos in the east. But it's not just about numbers, it's also about land, and it's also about resources. In the Western region, much of the land belonged to the Yoruba people. Much of the land belonged to the Yoruba people. It's not exactly like that in the Eastern region. And even the one they had, there are some issues in it. By the way, let me quickly answer a question on YouTube. Somebody says, but we can have the 6 regions. Ẹkáàbọ, but we can have the 6 regions of today with slight adjustments. If you really understand the federalism that we want, to be honest, you will not want the 6 regions. Like, theory of federalism, to really regionalism, you will not even want the 6 regions. I mean, you will take it because that's what you have, but that's not what regionalism really means.
By the way, regional system can also not be the 6 regions.
But if you get into the depths of it, by the way, the regional system can also not be the 6 regions that you have.
But I think a lot of times,
and I hope I'm not being a bearer of bad news, but I think a lot of times, especially for Yoruba people, we are lost in our desires. That we don't think about what other people want. And if you think about only what you want and use that as the basis of dividing Nigeria, the others who don't want what you're doing, they just be laughing at you because it's just be a pipe dream. The best you're going to have based on the regional system, based on the structure we have right now, is Development Commission. That's the best that we can have, which is why I think we should take it very seriously. And whether you're in Nigeria or you're abroad, though, take advantage of it. SWDC board was inaugurated last week, which is a huge blessing, and we're waiting to see what they have in store, right? There's Zone Commission and stuff like that. That's the best you're going to get. You're not going to have a situation where states are going to collapse into a region. At least not the way we are thinking. There's a way to get it, but like I said, I don't think I want to ever say it here again. I've said it here before. I've even referred to how you can get the information before, but I decided not to be talking about it here in public. Do you think the country will ever break up? I mean, never say never, but the group that can make it break up are not the ones agitating for it. That is the truth. The group, I mean, I'm not saying it should break up, but do I think it can break up? I'm answering the person's question on TikTok. Do I think it can break up? Anything can happen, but the group that will make it happen is not the group advocating for it. Everybody else is just making noise. By the way, somebody asked earlier that as sit at home on Monday, has it stopped now since they've arrested, they've sentenced? I don't think so. I don't think that sit at home is going to stop just like that. Because see, that's the thing about ideas. Ideas are very, very, very crazy thing. And that's why I'm very careful with how we share what we share. If you plant something inside people, it will get to a point, they don't even know why they are doing what they are doing. They just keep doing it. They will be doing that thing, the culture. Just like you don't go to work on Sundays and Saturdays, they will not go to, it will become it's the new normal. Who is coordinating the sit at home? It's on autopilot now. That's the beauty and danger of an idea. It's the beauty and the danger of an idea. It's on autopilot. You dare not go out. And the people who are going to carry guns to threaten you, they will not even know why they are doing it. Can it stop? Of course it can stop. But is it going to stop just because they have arrested Ekpa? No. In order for it to stop, something else has to happen that will have maybe the government or security operatives, something must happen. Meanwhile, this whole sit-at-home thing is one of the most stupid ideas I've ever seen in Nigeria's history. If you have no economic contribution as a region to the national purse and you decide to have sit-at-home, who do you think will suffer? Because see, the concept of sit-at-home is primary school kids even understand this basic thing. If, for instance, your region controls economic, let's say your region is the economic live wire of the country. In other words, if there's no economic activities in your region, it will affect the country badly, then it would make sense, right? So if you say no buying, no selling, they will feel it. But if you do it in a place where whatever happens within you affects you, if you stay at home, now you go feel them. Then go feel it.
So essentially, the people are suffering.
You are the only people that will feel it. So essentially, the people are suffering in the name of protesting against suffering.
There are some cities that must not have sit at home.
Could make sense. There are some cities that must not have sit at home. Some of them may not even be the big ones that you think. May not even be Lagos.
They must not have sit at home. It will affect us.
There are some cities that they must not have sit at home. It will affect us. Even if it's not everything, or maybe a particular sector of the economy, the government would have to do something about it. But you are not contributing. I mean, with all due respect, every region is a blessing. But there are some regions that if they bring nothing to the table would actually be better off. And I'm trying not to mention any group. Like, if there's nothing coming, everything will be fine because you are taking more than what you are bringing anyway. So you can't say, I want to sit at home. What it just means to us is that it means that what you are bringing will be less now. I mean, think about it. If Sambisa Forest, sorry, not Sambisa Forest, if Northeast, where you have Sambisa Forest, is contributing more than some regions, and that region now says that they want to sit at home, it's not like you're really helping anybody or anything. Do you get the point? So that's why I don't see any sense. I think it's the most stupid idea in the last 30 years, since 1995. Since 1999, in the last 26 years, it's the most stupid idea in politics. That people want to agitate for a thing and they're going to say they want to sit at home even though they have no economic, no serious economic contribution they make to the entire nation. It's the people that will affect, and that's why I'm feeling bad, because the people now that have to suffer for that. Being beaten on the road. Why? For opening your shop. And you live in Nigeria where many people have to make daily wage. Like, you've got to make money on a daily basis. So now you have to sit at home. That's suffer. Suffer for what? Amen. Amen. Anyway, he's been arrested now, but I hope that the government, bodies, people, NGOs, somebody will have to push. There has to be another force from another place to change the dynamics in the South, and I hope it changes for the better. Like, there's no joy in seeing a part of Nigeria going through that, to be honest. It's just that when you have these people also where you have conversation and they tell you that there's nothing wrong with what they're doing. I'm like, you're not doing me.
Like last week, sorry guys.
You're not doing me. Like last week, sorry guys, I know we're going to get back to this book soon. Last week, they arrested a Yoruba monarch. I think that was beautiful, by the way, because there's no way you're going to disgrace an entire people like that. I mean, I don't like the fact that he was arrested, but I like the fact that he was arrested. I don't get what I'm saying. I don't like the fact that a king was arrested. I don't like the fact that a Yoruba man was arrested. But I like the fact that a person was brought to book. Like, you can't just do that. But today they arrested somebody for actually. See, this one stole money, Abi. Well, she's still scammed, Abi. Terrible. They're talking about the person who sponsored and induced people to kill. And you still have people supporting that person and saying something about it to make it look as if the Finnish government is wrong. And I'm like, how did we get here? What's a Romero Nigeria? I mean, what do you have to say to even justify the lives lost? I mean, forget, I'm not talking about my region, I'm talking about another region, but people died. And you have a group of people who don't think enough to say, Finland, even if you can't do it here, thank you for helping us do it too. At least that is off. Now let's find a way to settle this matter with the ground. Because let me tell you the problem right now. I saw some videos last week. I didn't play them here, but very, very concerning. They are now splinter groups in different states of the southeast. This one is the king of this one. People are saying they watch Game of Thrones. The other one is the king of Kinikon. This one is the one in charge of this one. Because see, because if you create an organization like that, and you don't have strong systems, or the systems you have allows people to have some autonomy, and you now arm those groups. If something happens to the man at the center, each group becomes autonomous, but they are autonomous with weapons. They can threaten, they can terrorize people. They are armed. So instead of talking about that right now, some people, I didn't read their comments, it's intentional. Some people are now finding a problem with what happened in Finland this morning. Like, how can you be a human being and not be happy that maybe this is going to be the first step in getting your people back? And these are the same people saying that federal government is having police checkpoints all over the southeast. Are we serious as a people? It is well. Again, I mean, to each his own. Or to each their own then.
Within this rough, okay, let me start again. The eastern region.
Let's do some things again. Within this rough, okay, let me start again. The eastern region may for our purposes to be regarded as a rough. Let me slow down, I beg. Umbo, I'm excited about this but I have to slow down a bit. I need a drink. Somebody said Nnamdi Kanu has really messed up their brains. The problem right now is that they are to duplicate array. That is why I speak to you right while we're shouting that they want to fight Kiniko. Oh, to duplicate array. He has made several copies of himself. That's why Yoruba people, all this agitation, you've got to calm down. Ó ti délẹ̀ tó ń sìn báyìí sìn gbogbo ọ̀dọ́ wọn ti rí jágbajàgba. Kì í ṣe pé bí akọ̀sí wọn tó dá ń bẹ̀ o, àwọn kan sì dá ń bẹ̀, àwọn kan sì ń lọ sọ́jà ń bẹ̀ o. Ṣùgbọ́n every other day you hear wọ́n ti gbé lè báyìí, wọ́n ti mélè báyìí, wọ́n ti gbé lè báyìí, wọ́n ti kidnap lè báyìí. Like, oníkà kó dẹ̀ ti ní bọ́ǹsìn. Pápá àwọn tó máa ń pariwo pé kán lọ ja ìjàgbara ńlẹ̀ Yorùbá, mo mọ̀ sọ Yorùbá ni, kán jà ìjàgbara ńlẹ̀ Yorùbá, a gbọ́dọ̀ ṣe kíní kan ní, ọ̀rọ̀ ṣe kíní kan ní, ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ ogun náà máa ń mọ̀. Pápá ẹ̀yin tẹ́ gbélé. Ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ ogun náà máa ń mọ̀, ibi tó máa dé kò sẹ́ni tó mọ̀. A tún wá débi tó yẹ pé oríṣiríṣi èèyàn kìíní ìkejì kẹta wọn á bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ṣe bí ẹni tó lẹ́nu jù. Everybody wants to be like the main guy.
Just check out social media.
Look at the rhetoric. I mean, look social media. Just check out social media. People want to sound like him.
Because it's empowering. When people start bowing before you, like
people want to be like that. Because it's empowering. When people start bowing before you, like you are now a messiah, you're now a god. So you know. So ó ti ń gún wọn. So ó ti gbélé. Ó ti wá débi kan tó jẹ́ pé láàrin ara wọn gangan nìjà yẹn wá wà ń sìn. Kì í ṣe láàrin àwọn àti ìjọba àpapọ̀. Ọjọ́ lẹ́gbọ́ pé wọ́n bá ìjọba àpapọ̀ jà láti gbà tí bẹ̀rẹ̀ wàrà tán bá káàkiri yìí. Àwọn èèyàn wọn nìyà yẹn ń jẹ. Ó tún wá débi kan tó pé láàrin ara àwọn tó jẹ́ bí ọ̀gá wọ́n pa kan last week náà, wọ́n pa kan lọ́sẹ̀ tó kọjá náà. The reason I tell us to calm down is because it will be totally different from nǹkan tẹ́ fẹ́ máa gbà ẹ máa rí o, ṣùgbọ́n ọ̀nà tó máa gbà ó yàtọ̀ pátápátá. And in movements like this, what I have learned, not to say I know a lot, but the little I know, is that ìgbà míì ìrìn àjò yẹn gan, pé Yorùbá máa sọ pé ṣé ṣágo ni àbí go ló máa sọ pé tó máa ti okùn bọ̀ lọ́rùn ẹ̀. Ṣé rí ìrìn àjò yẹn gbà mí òun ló máa sọ fún yín ibi tẹ́ ẹ máa gbé gbà. It's just I don't think a lot of people are actually leaders. I think we have more activists acting like they're leading anybody. They're very loud. They're very passionate. They're able to inspire you to be angry. They're able to inspire anger, but they can't lead anything. They can't lead zilch. They can't lead anything. They're activists. They can rouse you and, get you to, we are angry. We want change. We change. And they have their place, but they're not supposed to ever lead a group of people, especially if we're talking about an entire ethnic group. Never. Activists should never. A leader will tell you the plan. When they get in the heat, when the rubber hits the road, sometimes the journey itself will dictate to you. For instance, on Loseko, Otimo no ba lo madeko, Otimo. But to one law. Listen to what I'm about to say because I think it's important. They can't inspire greatness, just anger. Yes, they can't inspire. You can inspire anger, but not greatness. So you're going to Lagos. Let's say that you're going to. When I say you're going to Lagos, you're going to Eko. I like to say that thing. I don't know why. Let's say, for instance, you are. Let me not use where I am because I want to bomb. Let's say you're coming from Magodo. You're coming to Eko. Now, let's go outside Lagos. Let's say you're coming from. Let's say you're coming from Abeokuta. You're coming from Abeokuta. Otiwambo, Loneko. Abombo lati Shagam. Ombo Leko. Oti mono to Agba. Oti mo pe tin ba rin bye ọ̀nà báyìí máa gbà wọ Èkó bóyá tó bá ń bọ̀ la kákò ń bọ̀ láti bí interchange ó fẹ́ gba bega wọlé ó wá dé ẹ máa gbọ́ mi o. You are now at Mowe. You are coming from interchange. You are now at Mowe. Ó wá dí. A leader will ask for alternatives. If they don't have the time to wait, let's say because the roads are better now. But there was a time where if you get stuck at Mowe, you can be there for the entire weekend. I don't know if you've experienced it before. I've experienced it before. Your driver must know the way. Okay, tó ń bá gbàgbólé báyìí ó lè já sí ìlú kan láti ìlú yẹn ó máa lọ gbá ní Ogun State tó fi máa jáde ó máa ṣàjáde ṣá bóyá ó máa jáde sí Ògèrè or somehow ó ṣá máa jáde. What these people are doing is that we are at Mowe. There is traffic. What they do is to look for like a bulldozer or one huge truck that will just be pushing all the vehicles on the road until they get to Berger. That's the definition of Ijangbara. That's the definition of we want to change our land. They will look for a truck, a huge truck. They will not be asking you, let's find a way we can get the truck. Let's find a way we can get the truck. They will not get the truck. They'll be pushing everybody, killing anybody. We must get to Berger. If you think that's how to make progress in life, you are not thinking. And that's what's happening in the Southeast. There's no negotiation. There's no alternative. There's just one way, and we must get it done. And that's the definition of boldness. No. It's the definition of insanity. You now get on the Guinea, àwọn ṣe kó lọ náà a máa tí wọ́n dànù tí wọ́n jáde tí wọ́n sí kànga kànga ọlọ́mọ ìkàrí rẹ̀ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá tó bá ti wá tí ó bọ́ wọn dànù tán mọ́tò ti bàjẹ́ bó ti máa dàrú gbogbo ẹ̀ àwọn adé Berger àwọn kọ́kọ́ Berger ẹ̀wọ̀n ní débẹ̀ o. You know why? Because the people you are pushing, it will get to a point, they too will get angry with you. They may not have the huge trucks that you have. They may find a way to get you and come move, come buy, and come back. So what has happened is that Ibiton law oh debe. So at the end of the day, what exactly are we talking about? Is it really about progress or ego?
That's what's happened. Somebody says here on YouTube, the reason why they don't care about destruction.
That's what's happened. Somebody says here on YouTube, the reason why they don't care about destruction, I'll just take that again. The reason they don't care about the destruction of their homeland is because they can easily relocate to other regions, thereby burdening the scarce infrastructure of their whole states and region. That's true. But it's also a lesson for us as Yoruba people.
We have a lot to do in Yoruba land, but
we have a lot to do in Yoruba land, but kò bad bẹ́ẹ̀ náà. Ibi tó dé báyìí sìn, ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ nǹkan la máa ṣe láti jẹ́ kó dáa jù báyìí lọ. Ṣùgbọ́n bí tá a bá dé sìn yìí, ibo ló fẹ́ dáa jù lẹ Yorùbá lọ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà. So we can't afford it. We can't afford it. So what we want, legitimate, fantastic, we can get it, but the way to getting it is not by getting on the highway, pushing everybody away because you must get there. You have to negotiate, you have to find alternatives, and I will explain to you there are alternatives. And it is staring us right in the face. But I think one of the problems is that also because we don't really have leaders discussing these matters. So what you have is everybody just gets passionate and gets angry. I think Salos Europe, she be talking about visa ni. I talk from visa anko. Èmi ló fẹ́ sá kúrò Nigeria. Èmi ló fẹ́ lọ Europe. Mo dé nǹkan lọ́n lórí TikTok. Èmi ló fẹ́ lọ Europe. We have something. See, some people don't have anything to lose. We have a lot to lose, so we've got to be very, very tactical, very, very careful, very strategic. We can't just get angry and say, oh, we must. But we'll get there, right? But there's a way, the way we're going to get, there are many options, by the way, there are many options, and there are options that can be inspired by our own actions. There are options that can be inspired by the actions of others, but in all these options, we can win. We will win. But it's not by doing what I want to be in sale. All right. About lots of homology. I'm interested in understanding the nature of the options of negotiated settlements without violence. Yeah. I don't think I'm going to say it here, Sha. Let's get back into this book. The Eastern region may for our purposes be regarded as a rough quadrilateral, not exactly oriented, with the sea to the south, the Niger to the west, the Cameroon Mountains to the east. Within this rough square, there's a smaller square in the northwestern corner, which is rather more than half the size of the whole and contains about 2/3 of the population. This square consists of higher ground and has poorer soil and lower rainfall. This square consists of higher ground and has poorer soil and lower rainfall. It may be thought of as the Igbo Plateau, though it nowhere reaches a height of more than 2,000 feet above sea level. TikTok, thank you for getting us to 113K. Please, let's keep liking it. The Amber Alert is still on. Thank you very much. More than 98% of the people who inhabit this area are Igbo and speak one language, though, of course, with certain differences of dialect. There are nearly 5 million of them, and there are too many for the soil to support. As we begin to answer that question, let me be explaining this small. The first thing is that the land is about half the size of the region, but the population in that half is 2/3 of the region. Sure you are. It's math. I'm sure you are. So you have the people divided into 3. You have the land divided into 2. 2/3 of the people are in half, or about half, a little more than half to be fair, but about half of the land. So 2/3 of the people occupy half of the land. 1/3 of the people occupy the other half. And so the 2/3 occupying this half essentially makes it very densely populated because erotic poju show me pojo kalo ni omi ti pojo kalo erotic poju lelo. That's one. Number 2, ilebe on its poorer soil and lower rainfall. Ojo nro dada nbe asale wa nbe ma so mi fe so guys, so this is not no insult, no many things I go read inside this thing could be like insult. Now why they stop like this? I know they no be we're not fighting. The land is poorer, and you should know this as Nigerians. And one of the reasons you know this is because understand your neighbors. A person cannot come to my space and tell me that he came there to develop the place because he's a developer and an investor. There are certain people who thrive on rhetorics that make them feel good because they know that the situation is actually terrible. But because you are ignorant of that situation, they have to put that thing in your face and say, I'm here to help you. Okay, you're not here to help me. You are here to take advantage of what's here. And guess what? I don't mind. But don't lie. You are here because there's scarcity at home. And I don't mind you being here. I want you to be, flourish. But this ego nonsense of I'm here to help all of you, I came to develop your place, you are not all that. Especially seeing where you're coming from. More than 98% of the people who inhabit this area are Igbo and speak one language, though of course with certain differences of dialect. There are nearly 5 million of them. When was this? 1958. By 1967, there were 7.4 million. You find that in the record, the Addis Ababa speech by Anthony Naro, 12th of August 1968. By 67, they had become 7.4 million. And that's why when you hear this thing of 30 million people died during the war, 21 million people died, 12 million people died, you should be asking how many people were there. God rest the soul of the dead, may their souls rest in peace. But I beg, how many people they there with number they high like this? It's important to ask those questions, not out of disrespect, though, but you must not be blackmailed as a Yoruba person, as a Nigerian, period. Don't be blackmailed. 5 million of them, 1958, and they are too many for the soil to support. This information is not, I'm not reading to insult anybody. It's going to tell you why the problems happened in the minority areas of the Eastern region, which is why I said that you can never have Eastern region again. The point is that the soil, according to this report, there are too many for the soil to support. Why? 3 reasons. Number 1, the land is small. Number 2, of the available land, it's not all the space that is arable. In other words, you can't plant even though it's available. Okay, number 1, you know, plenty like that. The one we can't do, you know, if you plant, because not be everything you feed plant on top. Number 3, the one where you feed plant on top, not be everything they fertile. What I just said right now is in Professor Zemiro's book, where he talked about, and it's also repeated by Joe Igbokwe in 25 years after the Igbos, 25 years after the war. There is land scarcity of what's available. There's arable land, but it's not as much. Of what's arable, you have fertile land, but it's not as much. So the soil is not enough to support its inhabitants. Therefore, they've always had to import, especially when it comes to protein, which was one of the things that affected the whole area during the war. Because long before the war, there's always been a dearth right? Scarcity of resources, scarcity of proteinous food. Somebody says they knew about their scarce resources, yet they continue to sire uncontrollably. Jesus Christ. I react as if I didn't see that. Kosi leadership ni. There's something in the book of Judges, the Bible. So there was a time in Israel when there were no judges, and everybody did what was right in their own eyes. Once you have a place where everybody's Oga, somebody says, but the mystery is if they didn't relate with each other before being colonized, how come they have the same language? I mean, it's not like they didn't relate to. So Kubu, it's not like they did not relate. It's just that they didn't have cohesion.
So if you have a situation where you have
they will sell, they will talk, but so if you have a situation where autonomy is more important to you than development. Me and my people, Nami be my Oga. You and your people, you are the Oga. Everybody are the Oga. You cannot have, you know what? Sorry, I want to answer that question very quickly. Let me read something to you because I think it probably helps to answer that question. I'm already answering it anyway, but it's good to also read something. Anyway, anytime I want to say something I think is controversial, I think it's better to actually just quote, because a lot of people just think that we are here to fight, but nobody's fighting anybody. We're just talking. Again, none of this to insult anybody, but it's important to make some things clear. Okay. So I want to answer Kubo. This is from Ethnic Politics in Nigeria by Professor Kudiba Nolly.
So it says, many times.
All right. So it says, many times, the various many times, again, Professor Kudiba Nolly, Ethnic Politics in Nigeria. It says, many times, the various Igbo pre-colonial polities did not make any contact whatsoever before colonization, and were even in certain cases oblivious of the existence of one another. God bless you. Just for the answer. Very, very deep individualistic behavior. That's the reason. But let me continue to read. This one is even worse than what I was saying, but let me just read. I'll find a way to tie it together so it will be easy to digest. Many times, the various Igbo pre-colonial polities did not make any contact whatsoever before colonization, and were even in certain cases oblivious of the existence of one another. In fact, the Igbo-speaking people are self-consciously divided into Olu and the Igbo peoples. Even today, the Olu are very reluctant, except sometimes in urban centers, to refer to themselves as Igbo. Therefore, among certain neighboring peoples, there was a definite distinction between Olu and Igbo. While in what is today known as Igbo land, there was no history of common pre-colonial consciousness and identity. Certainly, there were no wars fought together by the Igbo as a collectivity. Such wars usually marked the boundaries of mutual identification and group identity. Only a common consciousness based on a myth of common descent existed among some pre-colonial linguistic groups. For example, the Yoruba trace descent from Oduduwa, and the Edo from the younger son of Ugiso. The Hausa Fulani have the myth of Bayajida. They didn't have. You know, let me quickly even use the opportunity to say something. I see a lot of Yoruba youth on social media, many of them half-educated, on this Ife matter. Oh, we must change it to more skin color. It's not like that, it's skin color. You know, knowledge is very good, but it's very dangerous. And what makes it dangerous is if you are half-educated, if you have half knowledge. If you read certain things, it's not everything you can share. That's one. The reason is not because it's not the truth. The reason is because you know why that thing was said. When we talk about superstitions in Yoruba land, I know I'm talking about Igbo, but I want to also use it for Yoruba Igbo. It's not about Igbo, right? When you talk about superstitions in Yoruba land, and you hear things like Majokosori Odo, and let's say you have gone to school now, so like, oh, I want people here, they just superstition, like, and it is. But the point is that you discovered that if you maybe you sat on the mortar and nothing happened to you, like they're just talking, like no biggie. You did not ask why they came up with that superstition or that taboo. You didn't bother to ask. And so the day that what they were trying to prevent happens to you, let me even give a very simple example. This one is easy, although it may be far away, maybe because we are living in different places. Magodo. So let's say, for instance, only come out for me, Bujo. What for work, Bujo? I for work, Bujo. Oh, don't right. When come out for your work, Bujo. What there? What for work, Bujo? Koko there, like no biggie. Like this was just be superstitious, no big deal. What you didn't ask would be, why did they say people shouldn't or kids shouldn't do that? Apparently, it's because of code. If you run with the fact that I tried it once, it didn't affect me, and you start telling everybody to do it, the day you're going to tell somebody that will now do it and will now catch cold, that's when you discover how your half education has destroyed all of us. You see, this thing about, it's not fair, what you don't understand is this. A people desperately need something to gather around. Something that pulls them together. And they do that because sometimes it's what gives them identity and it's what lets them go through. It's what lets them go through life like a people with destiny. Once you take that away from them, they're like any other nomad. A lot of our myth, for instance, why do I speak of this myth? I don't believe, I'm a Christian. Why do I talk about it? Because I know why they came up with the idea. For instance, you will never see a Yoruba person say that Yoruba people move from Ghana or from Israel or from Egypt. You won't hear it. At least not in 2025. Why? Because your myth said the word was not that you were even created in this place. The word was created in your house. He gives you a sense of ownership. This is mine. Forget whether it is the real history. Why did they create that myth for themselves? That's the point. The question it is answering is a question of identity. A people without that story will have this problem of being from Amerigonka and Europa and Israel and Japan and Ife and Benin and Idu and all over the world. Everywhere but home. Because there is no connection with the earth.
There was a lot of work that was done, and thank God, a lot of work has also been done.
So when you hear Ife, there was a lot of work that was done, and thank God, a lot of work has also been done to actually understand the work that was done back in the day. And reading those things alone, it will humble you as a Yoruba person. Like, how did these men think of this kind of thing, like 1,000 years ago? This man is now referring to the fact that Yoruba people have a common consciousness. He says that they trace their descent from Oduduwa. The Edo have younger son of Ogiso. The Hausa Fulani have the myth of Bayajida, but the Igbos didn't have. The myth is not history. It's not like that's not the point. The point is that the people are grounded where they are. And they make it, they are so bold about it to say, guess what? Even no matter who you are, you were created here. Your forefathers were created in Yoruba land. The only other group I've heard speak like that, no, many actually. The Chinese, the Egyptians, they talk like that. The Greek, they talk like that. Greeks talk like that. Those are people that can actually conquer the world. And don't ask me, are we conquering the world? We are. Soft power. Go figure.
You must have something that ties you to your land.
If you're going to have influence beyond your shores, you must have something that ties you to your land. So that no matter where you go, you know the road that leads you home. You know home. The ones who are able to do all these fantastic things are the ones who are very proud of where they are from. They are not trying to be from any. That's why when I hear your Bible talking about being Ephraimites having something to do with Israel, I'm just thinking how ridiculously dumb. I'm sorry.
I'm a Christian, not a Hebrew. And being a Christian does not mean you have to, even the Hebrews didn't even like Christianity like that. They still don't like it.
And being a Christian does not mean you have to, even the Hebrews didn't even like Christianity like that. and they still don't like it. Which is why I also love when people are shouting Abrahamic religion. I'm like, do you even know what you're talking about? They spit on Christians in Israel.
And understand why the myths are important. So the man is saying here that the Yoruba
own your space and understand why the myths are important. So the man is saying here that the Yoruba have this thing, the Edo have this thing, they also have this thing. They didn't. Therefore, there's no common consciousness, there's no common identity. We could speak languages close to each other because we live close. Some of them live close to each other. They will trade and so on and so forth. But which is why it was easy for those places to become the source of slaves. Again, no offense to anybody. If and there's a saying in Yoruba language. I call Orin Omoejo. Let's do some interactive session. I call Orin Omoejo ló ṣe kíni ló ṣe kú pa wọ́n. Abeko. I'm stopping intentionally. I want to make sure that everybody is here.
Meanwhile, I think Facebook is holiday. I call Orin Omoejo ló ṣe kú pa wọ́n.
Meanwhile, I think Facebook is holiday. I call Orin Omoejo ló ṣe kú pa wọ́n ló ń jẹ ọmọ Ejo níyà. Yeah. I call Warren.
I mean, there are times when you have to do your
immediately that me say, what that say, immediately that me say, me I have unique. I mean, there are times when you have to do your own separately, but Lori or raw identity here. In the Ponica Kuan, Kerije. You can't wa swooping, moon kotu amu, the point and key, no ma say. You can't don't jump with Jonia. Thank you, see perfect.
So, let me give an example.
If
you see me going between Igbo and Yoruba,
so,
it's intentional.
Let me give an example. If you see me going between Igbo and Yoruba, it's intentional. And I know what I'm doing. Tell me, hear me. Because
that's the funny thing.
Only could don't power any. Or when I long parfum. I want to boycott and that's the funny thing. If you're a young person and you start reading certain books, please don't say anything on that book until you are done reading it. And try and understand what you are reading. Because the things I'm hearing on social media these days.
Say you don't find information when nobody knows before you.
The book where you go read, you curse your papa, curse everybody, say you don't find information when nobody knows before you. You are God, you are Bebeku. May you not perish. The point I'm trying to make is this. Sherry Latijo. I not the Sherry. I said, I not the Sherry to pay.
It's how humans develop. It's just that evolution.
It's how humans develop. It's just that evolution on the issue. I not in your kekere. So I need to kekere by. Ṣùgbọ́n tẹ́ bá nílò kékeré bẹ́ẹ̀ tẹ́ bá jagun ó máa rọrùn fún àwọn tó pọ̀ láti kó àwọn yẹn lẹ́rú àbí láti parí iṣẹ́ lára wọn láti kógun jà wọ́n. So when you have clans, right, if your society is built on, I mean, if the highest form of government is clan, you'll be easy to conquer. Because how many are you? If an army comes, they find you just sweeping that, almost swooping. They move into the next, and the next, and the next. But if those people, fought together, then they would have been able to push the other part. And Yoruba people have suffered that thing too before. That's what I'm using. That's what I'm going between Igbo and Yoruba. It's not about Igbo. It's about the lessons from this. Okay. So, boy, me, in terms of my career, so far, let's get back to this.
So it says more than 98% of the people who inhabit this area are Igbo.
So it says more than 98% of the people who inhabit this area are Igbo and speak one language, though, of course, with certain differences of dialect. There are nearly 5 million of them, and they are too many for the soil to support. Sorry.
They are vigorous and intelligent and are pushed outwards in every direction.
They are vigorous and intelligent and are pushed outwards in every direction, seeking a livelihood by trade or in service in the surrounding areas of the eastern region, in the western region, in the north, and outside Nigeria. They are no more popular with their neighbors than is usual in the case of an energetic and expanding people whose neighbors have a more leisurely outlook on life. Okay? So again, you recognize the fact that they were vigorous, they were intelligent. If you're on TikTok, please start up. Thank you. They were intelligent and they pushed outward in every direction. I read the document here the other day. It's because you need to go out. You've got to go out. Like, you know, Omobile Sheri. So they have to move out. So it says, and they are no more popular with their neighbors than is usual in the case of an energetic and expanding people whose neighbors have a more leisurely outlook on life, which is why everywhere they go. There's a time I played a series of videos where the same ethnic group in Ibadan, sorry, in Yoruba land, let me not say Ibadan because they're in Lagos and Yoruba, they're in Ibadan, someone in Ibadan, someone in Lagos, and someone in Okun, in Kogi State, in Edo, in Akwa Ibom, in the north. There's a statement they all say. Who knows what that statement is? Say the people of the land are just one word.
Who can fill that gap? Fill in the gap.
They say the people of the land are dash. Who can fill that gap? Fill in the gap. Lazy. God bless you.
They will move into your land and they'll say the people are lazy.
They'll say the people, so they will move into your land and they'll say the people are lazy. The reason is that the people of the land don't have, and listen, let me also say this to Yoruba people who always have this thing to say, and look at what people are doing in your Yoruba land. You two, you have to do, shut up. The thing is, is my house. I have no point to prove to anybody. And I'm not doing badly. But I don't have to cut corners and do this and jama, and just hustle and do, just shout. No. Thank you on YouTube as well. I don't have to.
You shouldn't be lazy. You get what I'm saying? So it's not like you are lazy. You are working, but because
it's home.
They don't see
you shouldn't be lazy. You get what I'm saying? So it's not like you are lazy. You are working, but because they don't see all the hustling, and immigrants naturally would do that everywhere in the world.
You might be actually tempted to think that they are lazy.
You go to some places in the UK, you might be actually tempted to think that they are lazy. I mean, there are lazy people everywhere in the world. But this thing that makes you say that the people of the land everywhere you go are lazy, it's not about the people, it's about the fact that you have a point to prove back at home. So you are doing all this. So, if I say I'm not mentioning the group, I won't mention. But if I say a set of group, and I have a set of people from a particular group, and I have videos, who say something to Akwa Ibom people, to Edo people, to Yoruba people, to Northerners, and say they are lazy. I'm like, wait, are you saying that these people, how is everybody lazy? I'm the only hardworking person. I even saw a video last week. I'll probably play it. I'll see it. Maybe I'll play it before we end today. I'm like, you're putting yourself on a pedestal saying, oh, everybody, South Africans, thank you, Ghanaians, everybody is lazy, but you are very hardworking. You have put yourself on a pedestal to make everybody seem inferior in quality to you. In actual fact, you are, and there's nothing wrong with your exertion of energy and trying to make ends meet. But you do that because you have a point to prove at home. They don't. It's their home. And that's why this man says here, this document says they are no more popular with their neighbors than is usual in the case of an energetic and expanding people whose neighbors have a more leisurely outlook on life. The region is thus in one respect similar to the Western region. One tribal group is outstandingly the largest and includes 2/3 of the population. And again, as in the West, this is a vigorous and expanding community. The Igbos, however, differ from the Yorubas in that they are a village people. Again, I'm reading a document. I'm not insulting anybody. We're not fighting. We're going somewhere with this. So, this is when they insulted Yoruba actually, we didn't have this kind of insult. We have our own. They said that we're going to dominate the Western region. I read it. I even made the case for them, and I think it's a very valid point. And that's the only valid thing I saw in it, by the way. All those ROF things they're talking about, are we Sonny? So that's why I always do West before I do East on these matters. May nobody go. It says Western region and Eastern region are similar because there's a main tribal or ethnic group. It says the Igbos, however, differ from the Yorubas in that they are a village people who have never gathered in large towns as the Yorubas have. And before the 20th century, had no large political organization of their own. There are no large chiefs and no record of any great kingdoms comparable with Oyo and Benin. There's an element of jealousy within the tribe between the Igbos of Onitsha in the north and those of Owerri in the south. But for all this, the Igbos are a singularly homogeneous and closely knit people. They know they're not homogeneous, by the way. The Igbo writer of this book said they are heterogeneous. But, I mean, it's also a good way to end it. At least at that point, they had already started creating this identity amongst themselves. Last week, I have the video here, but I didn't play it because you won't hear a lot. You have to see it. Last week, the governor of Niger State and two other men were with the president. And they're sitting on the floor, kneeling down on that. And only one ethnic group in Nigeria saw a problem with that posture when it was put on social media. There's something I want to say. I will not say it yet. But I'll refer to what I just said right now when I'm ready to say it. When you see a people talk away, how can you be kneeling down to the president? Is he God? I'm like, where are you from? Where are you from? And by the way, that thing is not coming from self-worth. They are trying to make up for something. We'll get to that later. To the east of the Igbo Plateau lies the valley of the Cross River, which is fed by streams from the Cameroons, as well as from the plateau. This forms a broad vertical strip containing people who are not Igbos. Across the south of the region, from the Niger in the west to the mountains in the east, stretches a broad horizontal belt of swamps, creeks, and low-lying country. These two strips, the coastal belt and the Cross River Valley, together with a piece of country, the shape of a rather sprawling reversed L, which encloses the Igbo Plateau. In the swamp and creek country of the southwest, there is an area in which the predominant tribal group is that of the Ijos, who in this region number about a quarter, southwest of eastern region also, not southwest of Nigeria. There is an area in which the predominant tribal group is that of the Ijos, who in this region number about,
It says here, in the swamp,
sorry about that. So it says here, in the swamp and creek country of the southwest, there is an area in which the predominant tribal group is that of the Ijos, who in this region number about 250,000. We have already referred to the 80,000 Ijos of the western region. There were Ijos in western region, Tiwa. There are also Ijos in eastern region. But the ones in the eastern region are in the southwestern part of the eastern region. Okay? So he says, we already mentioned the Ijos who, where is it? We have already referred to the 80,000 Ijos of the western region. Towards the mouth of the Cross River are the Efiks, who number 71,000, and the Ibibios, of whom there are 747,000. Further north on the Cross River are many tribes, intermingled in a confusing multitude which we shall not attempt to particularize. We heard of languages spoken by no more than 50,000 people. There are 17 major languages and some 300 of lesser importance in the region. You know why I tell you, Bible, that you have to understand the fact that other regions are crazy in terms of composition. And I'm going somewhere with this, so why are we reading all these numbers? You're going to get very soon. I may have to jump some things here because in the northern and western regions, the Muslim and European civilizations met in conflict with each other as well as with the African cultures. But the eastern region is almost wholly free from one of these complicating factors. The sweep of Islam across the Sahara Desert and along its southern fringes hardly touched the east, and the total number of Muslims is negligible. There are no more than 23,000 of them against 3,612,000 Christians and 3,580,000. Not in a form in which a European can feel much pride, made itself felt from the middle of the 18th century. There had, of course, been earlier contacts, particularly with the Portuguese. They're talking about the eastern region, not Ibozo.
So just came to my head right now.
So just came to my head right now. It has to do with, I'll read it very soon. You know, I read something earlier. In fact, let me say it this way. You know, I read something earlier about Ishakiri area where it was said that some of them have complexions similar to that of Europeans. How many people remember when we're talking about Western region? The way they got that complexion
is different from where they got that complexion
in Ishakiri land. Is different from the way they got that complexion in the eastern region. May God give you understanding.
Sahara Desert and along its southern fringes hardly touched the east.
The sweep of Islam across the Sahara Desert and along its southern fringes hardly touched the east, and the total number of Muslims is negligible. There are no more than 23,000 of them against 3,612,000 Christians and 3,580,000 animists. The influence of Europe, however, though not in a form in which a European can feel much pride, made itself felt from the middle of the 18th century. There had, of course, been still earlier contacts, particularly with the Portuguese, but that influence had not penetrated far inland and was already dwindling by the end of the 17th century. But in the 18th century, the regular arrival of slaving ships, Perism, it is well.
But in the 18th century, the regular arrival of slaving ships, of which many were English.
But in the 18th century, the regular arrival of slaving ships, of which many were English, transformed the life of the coastal belt, and particularly the harbors, such as Bonny, Brass, and Old Calabar. Here, the sale of a few slaves for trade goods might well turn a petty headman into a capitalist, who could command the services of a force with which he could obtain more slaves. I'm going to read this thing. Right? So the point is, the Portuguese, the Europeans generally, they made contact with some Nigerians in the eastern region. But the people with whom they made contact were not those of the inland or hinterland. So naturally, Okun, Odo, so, for instance, the Oyinbo would meet someone in Lagos before they meet someone in Ekiti. They will meet an Ishekiri man before they meet an Ife man, because those other places are inland. right? So, but the issue is this: the ones that were meeting ní Eastern region, àwọn yẹn máa wọnú lọ kó ẹrú wá. See, by the time you understand this, you understand the reason for the problems they had in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, which is what is the main reason for the problems they're having in the South today. It's just that people don't talk about it. And that's why I'm also trying to make sure that I know you're very wise people. I don't have to go into the details. I don't have to go into the particulars. You can draw the inferences. And if you have questions, any specific questions, maybe I'll now explain better. But even then, I might schedule delay. So it says in the 18th century, the regular arrival of slaving ships, of which many were English, transformed the life of the coastal belt, and particularly the harbors such as Bonny, Brass, and Old Calabar. Here, the sale of a few slaves for trade goods might well turn a petty headman into a capitalist who could command the services of a force with which he could obtain more slaves. Thus, all along the coast, small chiefdoms of a new kind came into existence. They were more powerful, if less permanent, than neighboring chiefdoms inland, and wielded a political influence which depended as much on commerce as on military force, and which was personal rather than territorial or hereditary. The heads of these houses, as they came to be called, were middlemen, resolutely determined to prevent direct contact between the people of the interior and the traders who came from the sea. The slave trade was prohibited by Act of the British Parliament in 1807, and although this did not make an immediate and total end of the trade, other countries were gradually forced by active pressure from the British to follow suit. The slave trade died away, but ships continued to come for palm oil and ivory, particularly palm oil.
On the coast, conventions grew. On the coast, conventions grew up.
On the coast, conventions grew. On the coast, conventions grew up.
On the coast, conventions grew up. The captain of the vessel knew how much he had to pay as a kind of
On the coast, conventions grew up. The captain of the vessel knew how much he had to pay as a kind of harbor due to the chief or duke or king of the harbor he entered, and how much he had to be paid as a kind of customs duty on each barrel of oil. He dined in state with the chief on his arrival. These chiefs they're talking mostly about the Ijaw, Calabar, the people, the folks on the coastal region, Bonny, those areas. So it's not, but it's still Eastern region, but it's not Igbos. But let's just continue. So it says here, the captain of the vessel knew how much he had to pay as a kind of harbor due to the chief or duke or king of the harbor he entered, and how much had to be paid as a kind of customs duty on each barrel of oil. He dined in state with the chief on his arrival, and between Africans and Europeans, there was some slight exchange, not only of goods, but of ideas as to clothes, food, and behavior. These exchanges may not always have been happy. Bad customs were exchanged as well as good, but the ship's captain on the whole left Africa alone. He made no attempt to convert, to teach, or to rule.
So he says these exchanges may not always have been happy. Bad customs were exchanged as well as good.
So he says these exchanges may not always have been happy. Bad customs were exchanged as well as good, but the ship's captain on the whole left Africa alone. He made no attempt to convert, to teach, or to rule. The ships, however, were soon followed by missionaries, and the missionaries did teach. They spread up the Cross River, and today the highest concentration of literacy in the Western script in Nigeria lies in the Calabar province. Later, other missionaries went up the Niger and from Onitsha pushed out southwards and eastwards into the Igbo Plateau. Thus, the eastern region, which had suffered a heavy drain on its strength by the coming of the slavers, began now to draw a new strength from the books of the missionaries. Let me pause to ask a simple question. When it says here that other missionaries went up the Niger and from Onitsha pushed out southwards and eastwards into the Igbo Plateau, who led those missionaries? I want to be sure that all of us we're a history class and we're history students. So I want to be sure that we remember these things. We've talked about it before. Who led the missionaries up the Niger into Onitsha?
Ibrahim has given us a name. Is he correct?
G. Viral has given us a name. Is he correct?
Thank you. 1857.
Is Samajai Crowder. Thank you. 1857 was the year. Ajayi Crowder was one who led the missionaries into it's called the Niger Mission, into Onitsha, and so on and so forth. That's the work that he did. Let's go on. Though there had been no great kingdom or indigenous culture in the eastern region, the coastal chiefs, who are the coastal chiefs? One we mentioned earlier, Boni, Ijo, our side of building. Sorry, somebody says Igbos argue that Okobo was founded by Jaja, an Igbo man, and tried to argue that it is part of Igbo land, but they ignore the fact that it was sold as a slave. So Jaja or Okobo was an Igbo boy who became an Ijo man. But if you are from an underdeveloped culture, that may be difficult for people to understand. Jaja Okobo was an Igbo boy who became an Ijo man. Clearly, Ijo culture was higher than some cultures. I have to switch the audio source. I'll repeat what I just said right now and probably explain it a little more. Please, 1 second, let me quickly change the audio source. Okay, I hope you can hear me now. Somebody said he assimilated. Yes, he was taken as a slave when he was a boy. How can he switch his ethnicity? Assimilation. Assimilation. And this happens all over the world. Happens all over the world. There are Baribas that became Yoruba. There are Nupes that became Yoruba. There are Igalas that became Yoruba, right? And so the way it works is he was bought as a slave, then he was adopted into a family, and he was raised as part of that family. And he became one of them. He assimilated into their culture. He was not an Igbo man. He was an Igbo boy. But he became, there's a process of assimilation to the point where he became the head of that house. Not as an Igbo person, no. It's not about conquest, it's about assimilation. It's one of them. So he's seen as an Ijo man. We've given many examples in Yoruba land, for instance, where people who, they can trace their ancestry. There are Yoruba people, for instance, that became Edo. I know certain families in Benin today who can trace their ancestry to Ife, but they are not Yoruba people. Today, they are now they are now Edo, they are Benin, or they are Edo, but they were, or you can say, you can trace their ancestry to Yoruba people. I cannot go there as a Yoruba man and say that their land belongs to me. It doesn't. Again, see, this is the problems we have with underdeveloped cultures. You cannot go to the land that somebody that was, somebody was in the comment section that some people said that that place is the land because Jaja Okobo was Igbo. It makes no sense. It's like, thank you. We have to do something about this thing. The second place.
Okay, let me give an example.
If, okay, let me give you an example.
People cannot now move to
Ladunji, that became Oshodi Takpa, is Yoruba. Nupe people cannot now move to Saleko and say they own the place because Ladunji is Oshodi Takpa. Like it doesn't make sense. Assimilation is not done on a group basis, it's done on an individual basis. That's why if you want to become an American citizen, you don't do it as Nigerians, you do it as a Nigerian. Now you go write your test, now you go there, go talk to. And because you have become a citizen does not mean I have a right. I am not a citizen. I can now go to America and say because like now we have the person in charge of Finnish, I can't remember his name. His name is Wale. I can't remember his surname now. And I'll go there and say, oh, because he's there, that means that place is Yoruba land. He is a citizen, I am not. When he comes home, we are together. But and he may not even come home again.
There's a family in Benin.
What's it around?
The chiefs.
I was using Edo earlier.
Benin chiefs.
There's a family in Benin. The chiefs.
Those people.
I mean, there's some Benin chiefs that are from Yoruba land. From Ife. Those people. Those Benin chiefs, I cannot now go to Edo and say, okay, I want to claim that place because after all, the people who they lead that place are my people. Or like somebody said, Kevin Badenoch in Britain, in England. I can't go there and say because Kevin Badenoch is doing all of that in the UK, more is Yoruba territory. Like again, if you don't have people, just are very interesting to be honest. So yes, Jaja of Okobo has Igbo ancestry, but he was not an Igbo man.
Somebody say England is Yoruba land, especially Woolwich.
Somebody say England is Yoruba land, especially Woolwich. It is well. Where was I? This is not going to work. I was trying to take something while I read, but it's not working. It's getting in the way. Anyway, let's finish that part. Though there had been no great kingdom or indigenous culture in the eastern region, the coastal chiefs, there's an entire region, no great culture. It's not just about Igbos now, everywhere. But the coastal chiefs, they have some form of structure. And they grew rich on their trade with the ships. And they, the coastal chiefs, adopted customs, clothing, and housing more advanced than those of the peoples of the interior, on whom they had at first preyed for slaves.
They came during the 19th century to regard the people of the interior
as backward and ignorant. And it was therefore, this is where we're going, all of this Turenchi, and it was therefore a blow to their pride, as well as to their pockets, when the Igbos began to push outward into the surrounding fringe of country, and particularly into the Calabar area, to take up land, to grow rich, to own houses and lorries, and to occupy posts in the public services and in the service of the large trading firms. It was among the Igbos, formerly despised by the people of Calabar as a source of slaves, and as a backward people of the interior, now feared and disliked as energetic and well-educated, that the first political party was formed. That last bit is not true. The first political party was not formed there. It was formed in Lagos, but it had Igbo members. Again, Azikiwe did not create that party. That party is a coalition of at least 4 groups. NCNC was a coalition of at least 4 groups, namely NNDP. That's the party that Abat Macaulay, founded in 1923. TUC, Trade Union Congress, Lagos Market Women Association, and Nigerian Union of Students, or Nigerian Student Movement, or Nigerian Union of Students. Those are the ones. Those are the at least those 4 groups amalgamated, so to speak, to form NCNC. And the first Oga was about Macaulay. His secretary was Zeke, who then took over and turned it into an Igbo affair. So, what I did not say before, Let me now say it. I've read it, so it's easier. I'm referring to something now. Here's the point. I want to now answer the question that person asked me earlier. This is a very good time to answer the question. You see, I said it that if you always have to look for your history elsewhere, there are two reasons. Number one is that you are not ancient. In other words, you are a recent concept. Number two is that you are running away from something. In other words, you know who you are, but you are trying to change that. And from what we've read, what you discover is that a particular part of Nigeria was preyed upon. Listen, there's no region where they didn't fight amongst themselves and got a lot of slaves out. Happened in the north, happened in the west. There are fights that led to raiding, they led to raids, I should say. And people will raid, people's towns and take people and sell them as slaves. That's different from what was happening in the east. What was happening in the east was that place was Odidimoli. It was what they did from time to time. They just go there and pick. They start Wala to pick. Now, the people who used to sell, let me put it this way, A used to pick B and sell. Oyinbos then came along and empowered B, and B is now able to move out of his region into A's territory.
B now comes and begins to flourish.
And A knows that these ones we used to sell. B now comes and begins to flourish. A begins to wonder, like the social order is changing.
B is coming with,
to now make matters worse, B is coming without respect for the structure that A has in place. Because to him, Oyinbo is your guy, he doesn't care about the culture of A.
he'll do whatever he likes.
So he will call A lazy, he will move anyhow, he will do whatever he likes, and you can't speak against it because as far as it's concerned, that's his right since he's a citizen of that space. So A sees what's happening and A says at this, and the way it was going, please come again with this A and B analogy. Okay. A used to go to B's area.
A used to go to B's area and pick B.
Thank you, Prince. A used to go to B's area and pick B and his people as slaves and sell them away as slaves. Somebody says a troublemaker. Say, me, I will not mention any group. I'm not doing. I don't want. I'm trying to explain why COR. One of the reasons for COR, there are many reasons. I'll just mention a few. We'll bring people up. I want to end early today. I don't want to be doing that 9 o'clock thing. Where was I? A is Ikwere and Ijo. A is Ikwere, A is Ijo, A is Calabar. A Pogon. A Pogon. A will take B as slaves. Again, this is not to insult anybody. I'm never mentioning any group. A will take B and sell. Then the British came, empowered B. A is Benin, A is Jekiri, A is A Pogon. B then is empowered. B empowered by the British, B having to leave home, B having to do all of those things, moves out into A's territory. B begins to flourish, which is beautiful, right? But B has no respect for the culture of A. B is the one that tells you, I bow to no man. He is compensating for the years he has been bowing all his life. That's the truth. When B says, I bow to no one, is asserting that I'm also a human being, having had to go through the degradation of slavery, of being a subject of A. So in truth, B's problem with respect is not because he's all that. It's because he's trying to make up for his condition before the British arrived. That's the truth. I'm going to say everything I want to say about many people, and I hope people get it. What B has forgotten is the fact that it doesn't need to move that way.
And even if your history is not...
Why? Because there's no group that doesn't have a history.
You are actually proving the point.
And even if your history is not so, when you move that way, you are actually proving the point that although the British has quote unquote delivered you from that thing, it's still in your mind. Because if it's not in your mind, you will move like regular human beings. You respect people, you work with people in their cultures, you not denigrate them, you not call them lazy, you partner with them, you will do whatever you want to do and be fine, and there will be no problem with, there will be no superiority, because the superiority really is actually inferiority complex on display. So when B says I bow to no one, it's not that he's bold. He is that he knows that he's small. And his way of making up for his smallness in stature is by standing straight and not respecting others. So he doesn't have anything in his mind of stooping to conquer. He doesn't think about it because he cannot conquer. And the way he wants to conquer is by brute force. And the reason he's doing that is because that memory, that collective memory, has not been dealt with.
Let's leave A and B for a second. In Yoruba land, there are families that used to be slaves.
Listen.
Let me put it this way.
Let's leave A and B for a second. In Yoruba land, there are families that used to be slaves. Or let me put it this way. Their fathers. Nobody talks about it. Why? It was resolved. When? Or when? So the way the society is built, Yoruba is not a perfect society. We're not perfect. But the way the society is structured, there is possibility of upward social mobility. Omerun doba. O le fojú tẹ́ḿbẹ́lú èèyàn torí pé ó jẹ́rú ọmọ ẹrú ń dọba. Wọ́n ní ọ̀nà ló jìn, ẹrú ni bàbá. And because of that possibility, ó lè jẹ́rú, ṣùgbọ́n lè dọba. And so once that person is absorbed into a higher class, the person has no point to prove. Why? The culture already admits him into the freeborn class. He can even own slaves. And because there's no need to prove anything, it's easier to have a better society that way. Everybody sees themselves as equals, even though, you know, and a lot of them will grow, they will even come back, they become chiefs. The Latunji we talked about earlier, Oshoditakpa, he got to Lagos as a slave. He became a chief in the court of Oba of Lagos. His grandchildren, his great-grandchildren today are not descendants of a slave, they are descendants of a chief. They are Yoruba people. The culture allows that. There's nothing to prove. They don't have to. I cannot talk to them and expect them to prove to me that they are freeborns. Whatever I am, of course, apart from the fact that I have access to the throne, but as a citizen, whatever I am as a citizen, they also are. Like there's no, I'm not special.
And they also understand the culture enough not to say, after all I am like this. They will not also do it because.
And they also understand the culture enough not to say, after all I am like this. They will not also do it because when they do that, they can also be reminded. Therefore, we have that balance. Every culture does not allow it. Every culture does not allow it. What are you talking about? I'm saying A and B lateral. Don't let me stop A and B. Don't let me go and be mentioning people. Every culture all allow it. This is the mistake that Yoruba people make. They say that because they do something, I've said it before, like because you do something that everybody does it. It takes a lot of political evolution and what's what I'm looking for?
Because you know,
There's statecraft, there's politicking, there's a lot of work that goes into that because let me say something. We think we take things for granted as Yoruba people. Do you know what I just said right now is threatening to the freeborns? Just be like, I want to more Ralano. Because of the level of their thinking. So people can think like that. Because of the level of their thinking and the level of their societal, the level of their culture as a people, right? It could be threatened. Over time, like I said, it's not a perfect culture, but it's an evolved culture. And it's still evolving. Some cultures are stagnated. That's the problem that Nigeria has. It's not so much of we're fighting, it's a clash of cultures. So the person can move up. There are some places where people cannot move. One of the reasons for the caste system is that in a society where B, again, I'm going back to B, in a society where B has no value outside himself being property or a good to someone else, B has to devise a means to also create hierarchy. If you are here, you create a structure that mirrors here. If you are here, you create a structure that mirrors here. Wherever you are on the ladder, the structure you're going to create will mirror where you are. So if you are here, you need people to be here, not to feel powerful. Because those who are here are treating you terribly. So you also have to treat some people terribly, even though you are here. But you have to flex. Flexing lo man fa àwọn lè ya permanently. There's a word I don't want to use. Let's just say restricted. They're permanently restricted to a particular level, and there's no upward social mobility for them for generations. Somebody says a culture of disrespect cannot have a kingdom structure. I'm telling you why why the disrespect actually exists. Somebody says, yeah, even Balogun Gomola, who once ruled Ibadan, was Kurumi slave once. That's the beauty of Yoruba culture. Omerun Doba. You can grow, you can move up. And as you move up, you discover that people are talking more about your contribution to society than your entry point into that community. They're talking now about your contributions, not the person is contributing their own quota to the development of society. So you don't think of them in that light anymore. You're thinking of them as part of the society. But there are cultures in Nigeria where a person becomes something. Is not only that it's going to be like that till he dies. His children, his children's children, his generation forever are confined to that level, no matter what they become. Somebody say, yes, that's how. There are about 3 proverbs, or 4, about 3 that I think you can tell. We had slaves. We had slaves like every other group. But society allows for upward social mobility. And when I say upward social mobility, it did not start last year. I have examples, I am not joking. I have examples from at least 1,000 years ago. I have clear examples. And you will see people that became something, even though maybe they or their mothers were slaves. But they rose through the ranks because eventually the person becomes part of you. Somehow, going to the again, I'm not saying it's perfect, though. But when you start hearing things like Ibi Ojubi, Beru Labomo, right? When you start hearing things like Onoloji Eruni Baba, Ibiojubi Basheberu Labomo is actually very, very powerful, by the way. Ibiojubi Basheberu Labomo. No one is higher than another on the basis of birth because we are all birthed the same way, whether you're freeborn or you're a slave. That's Yoruba philosophy. That one is a recent. Kwetesi, bravo. I hope you know what Kwetesi means. You know what Kwetesi means, Abi? Kwetesi means upstairs. Upstairs, Kwetesi. Kwetesi. The point is that you can tell from those of aphorisms, those sayings, that these people have a different, they have a unique way of looking at, you know, society and also social mobility. All right, but from the other group, it's so. In fact, we're talking about. We're even discussing two things. The first thing is that, excuse me. The first thing is that, again, I'm going to my A and B. Group B acts the way it does because, you know what they say, offense is the best form of defense. I'm doing gra-gra because I don't want you to think I'm small. But the reason you are doing gra-gra is because you are small. And that's why you see people, even if they have money, once you're always doing people will know that question will come back. Once you remove that money, the person is empty. Once you remove that gra-gra, once you talk to them, the person is empty. Like, it's a veneer, it's a facade. It's something they are hiding behind. So, and I want to say this because of your rival. When you hear things like, why must I respect anybody? I mean, if you say this as a teenager, I understand. You are not adolescent. You are growing. But if you become Agbalagba, you are still thinking like that. You need to farabale. Some people are learning terrible things from some cultures. What you don't see is the fact that a culture that has no clear order of things, again, A and B, may be able to make quick buck, but they're not able to have societal structures that actually allow for growth. So what you see is individual excellence, or I don't even know if I call it excellence, but individual growth here and there. But you cannot have a collect, and this is what your people also have to get. Like, we have to also rediscover some of these things. We have to rediscover. So this is not so much of I'm better than another person. I'm also using it as a way to also tell us that we also have to rediscover some of these things. I just be moving around, be feeling and be insulting everybody because you don't have anything, to be honest. So we shouldn't go that way. Number two, the idea, for instance, I'm going back to the question that the person asked earlier. The reason for where am I from is that in order to identify, let me read our book at this point. But this book mentions names. To be fair, it was written by somebody from that area, so it's good. See, that's something about academics. There are certain things I can easily say freely, but here I have to be very careful. Not because anybody can do me anything. Nobody will do me anything. But personally, I just prefer to respect people. Because what am I going to gain from disrespecting anyone? But these things are there. Page one where you are.
Okay, so we're not doing A and B again, and we don't know who A and B is, so
Okay, so we're not doing A and B again, and we don't know who A and B is. So you are respecting people who don't care about respect. I'm not respecting them because of them. I'm respecting them because of me. Let me tell you one story. Maybe it will help all of us. Years ago, one of my mentors, he told a story of a boy, a prince, in the Arab world. The father was, of course, a king, very powerful, but was wicked. So this other group, decided to get him out of the way. So they killed him, killed the wife, and then was left only the boy, the prince. That killed the parents. Everyone was dead, but just this boy. They were about to kill the boy, and the leader of the team said, "No, don't kill him. If you kill him, he's going to go to heaven. We're going to take him to a witch. The witch will teach him how to use profanity, how to talk anyhow, just say things, just teach him terrible words, so that once he starts talking like that, we can kill him, because of course at that point his heart would have been corrupted, and then we can kill him. So we are going to ensure that if he dies, or when he dies, he will be making his way straight to hell. No chance of heaven." So they took the boy to the witch, and the witch will say profane words and ask the boy to repeat it, or repeat them, and the boy would say, "I'm a prince." I learned this thing as a teenager. Maybe that's why I'm very careful. He will say, "I'm a prince," and I say, I can't say such words, "I'm a prince." I can't talk like that, "I'm a prince." After a while, they just knew that they couldn't win. This is the moral of the story. The reason the boy did not curse them out is not because he shouldn't. After all, they killed his parents. He should curse them out, Abi. But the question is, who is he?
I don't hold myself back because I can't curse people out. But I know how to use words.
I don't hold myself back because I can't curse people out, though. But I know how to use words. But the point is, who am I? If you take yourself down to the level of those, sometimes I'm going to throw darts. I'm going to speak out, But that's, I'm human, and I also want to play that game, so I don't think that you're talking to somebody who doesn't know what he's doing. So I can insult people very well. But to what end? You become like the person. You're like a pig. Both of you are now inside the mud. So they don't deserve. They may not deserve respect. But you also have to remember who you are, or else once you begin to do what they are doing, you're not the same thing. So what's the essence of your own culture? What's the essence of your own philosophy as Yoruba people? What's your essence of even my faith? What has that done? From time to time, I will beat people with words. But even you will know that person is deserving. But I won't do it every time. But generally speaking, I just think it's better to speak with respect. But that's not to say that it's because people are deserving of it. It's because I want to stay true to myself. Or else you lose yourself. Somebody asked me, said, "How can you know these things?" And anytime you're talking, you're always trying to say, I'm like, okay, so if I now put everything out and now bring out the anger, what will I get from it? I'm a king's kid. Oh boy, no, I don't even want to read what I want to read again because of what you said. I've been doing my A B all the while. Anyway, let me just read something that connects with the Willinks Commission report, and it says here again, A B. I didn't put any group, so if you want to know better, come for inside class. I'm just joking. Let's just continue. The Igbo were culturally heterogeneous people whose cultures and history have been marked by regional and geographical variations, diversity in political institutions, social organization, kinship structures, economic activities, and intergroup relations and exchanges with their neighbors. However, the people were marked by such common cultural elements as the Igbo language with dialectal variations, familiar religious and cosmological worldview and lifestyle, institutionalized republicanism devoid of individual authoritarianism. That's a very good way of saying they had no kings. Once you start hearing big words like institutionalized republicanism devoid of individual authoritarianism, it just means they had no kings. Common calendar through institutionalized market days and ritualized crops, yams and kola nuts. Features that are developed over the past centuries.
I like the way they wrote this book. There's one I'm looking for.
I like the way they wrote this book, but there's one I'm looking for. Number. It says the identity, the origins of the Igbo are shrouded in myth and legend. No kings equal no respect. Jesus. People are Oberi. There's something I'm looking for. I read it earlier, but I didn't want to read it at the time because I wanted to read the other one first. In the present study, this is from the book called Igbo in the Atlantic World, African Origins and Diasporic Destinations. By the way, if you really want to study what happened to people when they got into the New World, the Africans that were sold, you should read this book. This one's about Igbos. They're not one about Yoruba. And it's just, I mean, it's bad that they sold our people, but people of God. I like what our people did when they got there. But let's just read this one. In the present study, in the present study, the various authors emphasize the heterogeneous nature of blackness in the African diaspora, while confirming the long-established nature of identity as a fluid category. In relation to the field, scholars disagree over the relationship of the ethnic label Igbo to their shifting locations. There is no consensus, for instance, over whether the Igbo were a cohesive people in terms of manners and customs prior to the colonial era. This is despite the existence of such philological terms as Igbo, E-B-O-E, Hakbu, H-A-C-K-B-U, or Hibo, H-E-E-B-O, I-E-I-G-B-O, Igbo, as encountered in the writings of early European traders and visitors to the Bight of Biafra. In confirming Stephen Cornell and Douglas Hartman's sociological interpretation of race, ethnicity and identity, the findings herein lend credence to the fact that the Igbo identity question, like other similar identities appropriated on group belongingness, is fluid. I'll explain this to Renchio. Is fluid and often articulated and claimed when the particular group is confronted with an external threat. An overwhelming body of evidence has revealed that for the Igbo, whereas the preconditions for the rise of an Igbo consciousness were in existence during pre-colonial times, Igbo elements in the African diaspora struggled to assert a priori Igbo identity. I'll explain. They are conflicting, he's contradicting himself, but I'll explain. Igbo elements in the African diaspora struggled to assert a priori Igbo ethnic identity within the constraints imposed on them by the captivity and enslavement. That is not true, and I'll explain. This is what he's saying. He's saying that there is something of some form of cohesion before colonial period, but that when they got into the New World, they were not able to assert that thing because of captivity. And I say that's not true. And I've never been to Brazil or to Haiti. But here's the reason. There was no common identity before you left home. Therefore, you cannot create it when you got there. That's the point. Common identity before leaving home. So it's not like when you got there was a captivity that stopped you from doing anything. That's not true. We were here when we were talking about what's the percentage of Yoruba people that were taken as slaves into the New World? 8.6. Max 9%. I've seen 8.6. I've seen 8.3. That's of all the black people that were taken out of West Africa into the New World, Yoruba people constituted 8.6 to 9%. And it became an issue in the 1800s when they saw the impact of that group. And they said it was not commensurate with their numbers. In other words, their influence was much more than the numbers. The influence they exerted was much more than the numbers they had. And you had to ask why. And I don't want to do any comparisons to them, but I'm just trying to explain something. The reason was because of the structure they had back home, including their kingships.
Those basic things, I've read it here before.
The tradition, the association, Esusu, those basic things. I've read it here before. I don't know. Let me put it this way. Is anybody here who was here? Is anybody here who was here when I read it? If we have people, I don't have to go back to it. But just in case we don't, I want to make sure that I use the opportunity to teach about us, so that we don't dwell on another group, so it doesn't look like we're trying to. If you were not here when I discussed the influence of Yoruba people in the New World, by the way, there's a video on that on YouTube. But if you were not here, let me just say, if you were here, say yes. If you're not here, say no. Let's do it like that. If you were here, please say yes. If you were not here, please say no. And now we'll quickly get into it. No. I've seen 2 no's. Yes, no. Not this nose, the nose. I'm going to read from 2. Give me a second, since we have a number of no's. Mumbo. Idris Oladipopo. No, I'm here for you. Don't say sorry, I'm here for you. I'm going to read from 2 books, but we'll make it very fast, right? Very brief. Details you'll find in the other video. There's a video on Yoruba influence in the New World, I think. It's on the YouTube channel, Busui Oris. All right, so let me read from the Yoruba, A New History by Akinwumi Ogundiran. Although the Yoruba were among the African cultural and language groups to arrive in concentrated numbers in the Americas between 1736 and 1850.
Although the Yoruba were among the African cultural and language groups to arrive.
Sorry about that. Although the Yoruba were among the African cultural and language groups to arrive in concentrated numbers in the Americas between 1736 and 1850, they were not more numerous than many other major African ethno-linguistic groups. Overall, they accounted for about 8.3% of the over 12 million enchained Africans who arrived in the Americas throughout the history of the Atlantic slave trade. Of their 3 major points of disembarkation, there were not more than 12% of Africans carried to Cuba, and there were less than 20% of those who disembarked in Saint Domingue. Sorry, please, we have to power tap on TikTok. This is showing inactivity, please. I'll read everything you want me to read, but this thing, so that you will hear me when I'm reading it, we have to power tap. It's showing activity, and that doesn't help. By the way, I'm rounding up now. Bring people up in a bit.
Thank you, Yemonite.
Thank you, Yemonite. Thank you for the tap thing. Thank you. Of the 3 major points of disembarkation, there were not more than 12% of Africans carried to Cuba, and there were less than 20% of those who disembarked in Saint Domingue. It was only in Bahia that they constituted a majority, that's in Brazil, accounting for about 40% of the African disembarkment during the 19th century. Despite their relatively small numbers overall, no other African tradition or community of practice had as much influence as the Yoruba in the formation of the New World African diaspora culture during the 19th century. In other words, as many previous observers have noted, the overall gargantuan impact of Yoruba culture and political agency on the New World was out of proportion to their comparatively light demographic weight. Nevertheless, the increasing number of Yoruba arrivals in the Americas during the 19th century breathed new vitality into the lives of African cultures in the Americas. Their presence in large numbers also infused new socio-political urgency into the anti-slavery and anti-empire struggles in the Western Hemisphere. The reasons for this Yoruba historical footprint remain a subject of intense and exciting scholarly debate. What have we seen so far? This book,
in some cases,
all the Africans that were taken to the New World, in some cases, you will have them in maybe like 20% in some. So let me explain. When I said 20%, 40%, what's the difference? All the people that were taken out of the continent, Yorubas were, according to this particular one, I've seen another one that's 9%, but it's no, I've never seen anything more than 9%. So 8.3%. So when you look at all the people that were taken, the Yoruba constituted 8.3%. But of the 8.3%, so you can go to a city, for instance, and 12% of that population is they have Yoruba ancestry. When you go to Bahia, you see about 40% of them who have Yoruba connection or have Yoruba ancestry, right? And that's why in Bahia today, you can still see a lot of Yoruba influences and cultural practices, including Akara. Till today, you still see Akara on the streets of Bahia, right? A number of some of the words, of course, you still have the retention of language, even if it's just for ritual purposes, right? As liturgy in candomblé, in traditional worship, right? The point is that it is there, but the question is, why is it there? So you can read this and be proud, but if you read this, we've not really understood why. And for me, without the whys, we'll be happy, but we'll not be able to replicate what is happening there. So the question is, why did that happen? And so because we asked that question, I'm going to read another book. I'll mention the other one. Just give me a second. This one I just read is called Yoruba, The New History by Akinwumi Ogundiran. The one I want to read is A History of the Yoruba People by Stephen Banji Akintoye. Money give content creator. Money give content creator. Oh, then they find those who contribute money give content. Oh, okay.
So I want to quickly go into why that happened. Why did they have that?
So I want to quickly go into why that happened. Why did they have that influence, right, in the New World when they constituted only 8.3% of the population? So I'm going to read something from A History of the Yoruba People. So, by the way, remember what that other author said. What was it? I found what I'm looking for. I just want to tie it together because that's how I learn. So that's how I also teach. It's easier that way for me. So please bear with me. So this one says they have 8.3% of the over 12 million enslaved Africans who arrived in the Americas. Despite these relatively small overall numbers, no other African tradition or community of practice had as much influence as the Yoruba in the formation of New World African diaspora culture during the 19th century, indicating their impact was disproportionate to their demographic weight. But the question is why? So let's go to the why now. We're going to, and then of course, we're going to look at Stephen Banji Akintoye's book. It says here,
of the contributions of the cultural heritage of the Yoruba people
of the Yoruba people to these processes. What processes? Let me go back a little to give it congruence. Each slave community was confronted with the challenge of forging and inventing new bonds of association and identity, drawing on the realities of their situation. But as most studies of the African diaspora would now confirm, every such creating, inventing, and forging was informed by the African cultural heritages that the slaves had brought with them.
Whatever they became was based on
So what the other people are saying in the Igbo diaspora, where they said it was because of captivity that they could not, express their culture. No, they are saying that it's actually the culture that they had back at home that informed the new culture they forged in captivity. So he says here that most studies of the African diaspora would now confirm every such creating, inventing, and forging of identity was informed by the African cultural heritages that the slaves had brought with them. Thus were produced the many variations of African American cultures, of Creole cultures, now existing as very significant contributions to the civilization of the New World. Of the contributions of the cultural heritage of the Yoruba people to these processes, a fair amount is known today. And the overall assessment seems to be that the cultural impact of the Yoruba people on the evolution of African American or Creole cultures was greater than the numbers of the Yoruba slaves could justify. In other words, when you compare the influence to the numbers, it's disproportionate. You have small numbers but huge influence. But again, why? In a recent study, David Eltis writes, within coerced African migration, the Yoruba were among the latest to arrive, but were neither the most numerous nor the least scattered over the Americas. Reasonably precise estimates for other groups will eventually become available, but it is probable that Igbo and some West African peoples were larger and more heavily concentrated than the Yoruba. The Igbo in parts of the British Caribbean and some of what have been termed Congo groups in southeast Brazil. Yet, the impact of the Yoruba speakers on Creole societies that emerged in many parts of the Americas appears to modern scholars to have been strong, and in the light of the evidence presented here, out of proportion to the relative size of Yoruba arrivals. In comparison, I'll explain all this thing all this Turenchi, I'll explain, and I'll bring people up very soon. Let me just finish this thing. In comparison, that is, with other African groups, they contributed considerably more to Creole or African American civilization in oral traditions, especially as expressed in songs, religious rituals, stories, proverbs, and so on, as well as in various modes of family and societal structures. The main explanation for this is to be found in the strength of the civilization from which the Yoruba of the New World were extracted and taken away into slavery. Its strong family and settlement traditions, its urban orientation, its social and associational traditions, its innumerable cooperative, collaborative, and support institutions, its highly developed artistic culture, as expressed in the visual arts and folklore, and its strong religion. The view of the Yoruba, voiced by Louis-Antoine M. de Vertol in 1858, is similar to views expressed by many other foreign observers in that century. He wrote that they were guided, that Yoruba people were guided in marked degree by the sense of association. The principle of combination for the common weal has been fully sustained wherever they have settled in any numbers. In fact, the whole Yoruba race may be said to form a sort of social league for mutual support and protection. There's another example. There's another one, but let me take a breather here. The second one is even more explosive. But what have we learned so far? The structure back home is what determined their influence in the diaspora. So you can't say that, oh, we had this identity at home, but when we got here, we had captivity. The point is that in that captivity, the way they survived the captivity, as terrible as it was because of the culture they had back at home. The family structure, societal structure, the artistic prowess, I should say. You go back into antiquity, Yoruba antiquity, and I was reading a book And I was reading how the doors in homes, right, in the 8th century, the 9th century, had carvings. This was, I read this book, this was a while back. It gives you appreciation for the artistic expression of Yoruba people, right? That there's a way that the places where they worship, there's a way they carved images. And of course, thank God, these things have been researched. When you read those things, wherever you go, you carry it with you. I'll give you an example. One of the reasons we do, regardless of what happened in the market, and I hope it does well, all our films and everything, but regardless of what you see, the reason we express ourselves the way we do is because ours is a culture that is richly artistic and scientific. But from the artistic perspective right now, the drama and the film and everything you see in Nigeria, from Yoruba perspective, goes all the way back to where we're coming from. It goes back to Egualare. It goes all the way back to the reenactment plays that we do on an annual basis. Different towns have reenactment plays. Ife has a reenactment place that goes back nothing less than 1,000 years. What happened between Odudua? And that's why when people come on social media and say, look at Ife people, Odudua no Batala fought, they think they are telling us something. I don't know, maybe people thought we were perfect people that never fought amongst ourselves. We were taught these things as children. This year, this is August. I think this year they will reenact that play. They will do it next year. Every year we see it. Omameke, Itakwa. The Itakwa Festival in Ife. What do we do there? We reenact what happened that in between Odudua and Obatala. We're not hiding the history. That's why when people try to insult Ife, people, there's some clowns, bunch of untrained individuals insulting Ife, say, oh, they can't abort it. What they think they are talking about, we know where it came from, we know what happened, and we were taught and we know these things. It is not an insult. It is one part are historical, part are just the ranting of a lunatic. For the most part, they're lunatics anyway. But when it comes to the idea of we see it every year. Though that's how you document history for the collective. That you do it in stories, you do it in songs, you do it in oriki. When we're growing up, I don't know about you, if you grew up with your grandparents, every morning you heard part of your history. I don't know if you notice what really happens with oriki. Every morning you are told part of your history. If not, sometimes they could condense 100-year history in a minute when they're telling your oriki, when they're reciting your oriki, or this, or that. I explore my oriki and I see different trades and expertise that my people have done in the last many years. This, that, but on bomb me by. Like in my own, I won't do it here. In my own, the location of our house, the geography of the space, the landscape is inside my oriki. The job of some of my ancestors, the jobs of other ancestors, they mention all of those things there. My fathers, or my father's father, all the way. The status in society, everything is put together. Even know our relationship with our women.
That thing, when they took them as slaves, they continued.
Everything is shared. That thing, when they took them as slaves, they continued. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Their influence is disproportionate.
So he's saying here that, number one, their influence is disproportionate with their numbers. Why? Because they come from a very highly structured, organized society back at home.
So he says that, in comparison with other African
So he says that, in comparison with other African groups, they contributed considerably more. The Yoruba is talking about now. They contributed considerably more to Creole or African American civilization in oral traditions, especially expressed in songs and rituals, songs, religious rituals, stories, proverbs, and so on, as well as in various modes of family and societal structure.
because he didn't leave
In other words, they didn't have clans when they got there because they didn't live by clans when they were at home. Therefore, it's not that place that determined what they did, is where they're coming from. If he didn't day, he didn't day. So he says that the explanation, the reason for this, and again, I'm saying this not so much to say, oh, we did this, is to say that this is what we also have to remember in the way we move. Let's remind ourselves these things, right? So I'm going to read the first stuff. By the way, this was in 1858. This study was done in 1858. And it was written by Louis Antoine M. de Vertu. Where were we? Okay. The main explanation for this is to be found in the strength of the civilization from which the Yoruba of the New World were extracted and taken away into slavery. Please power tap on TikTok. The way they were extracted and taken away into slavery is what determined how they behaved when they got there. Its strong family and settlement traditions, its urban orientation. When I say we're a city people, it's not just to flex, it's flex, so flex with it. But there's a way you think. See, there's a reason people do Nigerian politics the way they do. There's a reason a person comes to Yoruba land and says it's no man's land. Korireri, that you're going to have a city of different groups. Korireri, that you're going to have a city of different groups. We're not doing that. And we're not just doing, it's my own. That's not your own. Just say your own. We're not doing that. We're not fighting Korireri. And this is not just Lagos, by the way. And so for the first time is stepping into, and this is not just Lagos, by the way. This happens in many Yoruba spaces. You just can't, you're like, no. You are too proud, again, because of your history. I'm not mentioning any group. Because the history is connected to slavery, you always have to cover up for your true identity by being braggadocious. Like you're just doing like this. So you cannot learn. I was with my mentor some time ago, and he was telling me how the Northerners had to travel down to Yoruba land, western southwest, to learn something that we were working on at the time a few years ago. So I asked about the East, and I said they did not come. What he told me they did, I won't mention. But those ones will learn because they are also developed. I mean, you can have issues with the North, and I know religious fanaticism is a major problem with the North. But when it comes to cultural evolution as a people, oh boy, they have it. Any group that cannot learn from another is an underdeveloped culture. It's an underdeveloped group. People just shout that big. It's not like that. So when we talk about urban orientation, the way you run cities, how do you structure your city? Where do people live? You have, like I said, this is something that Odua started. You have this thing where you allocate, living quarters, right? Then you have the palace, then you have the market, and they are strategically positioned and they're very close to each other. The market is never far away. The central market of a town is never far away from the King's Palace. I mean, that's a job. Things have changed. You can even buy on social media. You can even buy on your phone. But back then, there's a palace. The economy and government, economy and politics have always been linked, right? So when you travel, you replicate that. And then it says, its strong family and settlement traditions, its urban orientation, its social and associational traditions, its innumerable cooperative, collaborative, and support institution. Cooperative, I don't want to cooperative in the Yuba. I'm going to imagine two, but all of them God bless you. Alajesheku. Alajesheku. All those things. Alajesheku. Esusu. all those things. You know why I'm repeating these things? Because I believe, oh, serious one day, I believe that our uniqueness can be rediscovered and harnessed, right? And maybe reinterpreted in the light of recent development, like where we are right now, this 21st century, we have to redefine it. And because it's unique, it's different, then it's easier to work. Or at least it's easier to domesticate because it's already yours. Somebody says, Ala Joshomolu. Yeah, not serious. All right. So the associational traditions, innumerable cooperative, collaborative support institutions. Back in the day, for instance, you know, it used to, if you want to roof your house, you wouldn't need to look for money. We have to do it together, right? So, but Taliban, and that's where, I don't know if you've noticed in Yoruba land, I don't know if you've noticed, it still happens. If you're building your house, there are 2 times usually you will feed people. When you're decking, when you're roofing. Does everybody remember? When you're decking and when you're roofing. Especially either of the two, or it could just be once, but either and or. The reason is because it goes way back. You see, back in the day, the people will gather to do it. So what you did for the people was to feed them. They call it taro. Yes. So they will come and do your own. You will feed everybody. Then next time, to come to the next person, all of us will go there. Then they will feed everybody. So your own job is, number 1, to do for others. Number 2, to feed them when they come to yours. So even though today we don't have to move to, you know, roof each other's houses, we still feed everybody when they come around. Or like, if your brother is doing something, most like, on roof relay, on very sure relay, you will go there. Everybody will eat. But the thing is not really about the food. It's about the fact that what your shape, they have to do it together, right? So it says here, it's urban orientation, it's social association tradition, it's social and associational traditions, it's innumerable cooperative, collaborative, and support institutions. It's highly developed artistic culture as expressed in the visual arts and folklore, and its strong religion. The view of the Yoruba, voiced by Louis Antoine M. de Vertueil in 1858, is similar to the views expressed by many other foreign observers in that century. He wrote that they were guided in marked degree by the sense of association. The principle of combination for the common weal has been fully sustained wherever they have settled in any numbers. In fact, the whole Yoruba race may be said to form a sort of social league for mutual support and protection. One more thing, then we'll go back to that state creation stuff. An additional explanation was the widespread cultural influence which the Yoruba established over much of West Africa before and during the centuries of the slave trade. To the east and west of Yoruba land, Yoruba traditions and myth of origin and Yoruba ideas of the importance of Ife early influenced the Edo and Aja. As states and trade grew in these places, the Yoruba language, as will be remembered, developed into a sort of common language, especially for commercial purposes, no doubt a product of the widespread impact of Yoruba trade. Then, the expansion of Yoruba cultural influence reached its climax in the era of the greatness of the Oyo Empire. Oyo being not only an empire builder and trader, but a mighty carrier of Yoruba culture far and wide. Founded and led by a mixture of Yoruba and Aja elements, the Kingdom of Dahomey minutely mirrored Yoruba cultural institutions and traditions, all of which were later reinforced by Oyo conquest and overlordship. In particular, though, the Dahomey and other Aja people taken as slaves across the Atlantic, the influence of Yoruba culture was already significant in a number of places, for instance, Haiti, long before the arrival of Yoruba slaves, and considerably assisted the growth of Yoruba cultural influence after that point. What is he saying here? He's saying that back at home, excuse me, he's saying that back at home, there's already this thing, 2 things. I like this. On the one hand, there is the Ife, which gives you identity. Right? Again, was your first empire. So everybody gravitated around Ife. The myth of origin, which is why I say myth of origin is not history, but it answers a question that you may find very difficult unless you have scientific proof. The beautiful thing about Yoruba is that we have that myth, we also have scientific proof. And the scientific proof does not take us outside Yoruba land. But even without scientific proof, we have a concept. And I think the myth, to be honest, could even ground you deeper, which is why, although I know the scientific, I was having a conversation with some babas, professors, some weeks ago, and we're talking about the origins of the Yoruba people from a scientific perspective. And I was like, because, you know, all the man gets it's not that it's not known. And that's why when people discover something yesterday and they rush on social media and they start insulting everybody, thinking that they've seen something that nobody else has seen, I just laugh. It's not everything you find that you have to share. And even when you want to share it, there's a way you have to share it so that you don't destroy more than you're trying to build. Because at the end of the day, the information is not for flexing. It's for, you are sharing it so that people can know and people can grow. If it's just for people to know, the Bible says something in 1 Corinthians, knowledge puffs up. You have the knowledge, you'll show that now be like this. But in reality, knowledge has to be checked with wisdom, where this is the truth, but you also have to share something else to ensure that what it results in is growth, not just knowledge. If not, knowledge can become a problem. What I'm saying basically is that whether you look at the scientific explanation of our origins or the mythical explanation of our origins, everything is still in Yoruba land. And at this point, without the science, that Ife thing had the way of making all of, they were focused on where they were from. Their origin, their identity, their civilization, their political structures, their kings,
they could trace it to a particular place. So that
their wealth, they could trace it to a particular place. So that thing had the way that it impacted them or had an impact on them and became like a core of their identity. Don't mess with that in the name of what's happening on social media today. And also the fact that long before the Oyinbo came, the Edo and the Aja people were already well influenced with Yoruba culture. That's why the Edo people also are telling funny stories today. It makes me laugh. It makes me laugh. Again, some people are lost. If to be writing your story means you're already lost, you're now trying to find yourself. If you just go back to the original stuff, you were not lost. I don't know why you're losing your own mind. Anyway, the point is that that Ife influence was already there. Then for the Aja will be people in Benin Republic. So the influence traveled. So for instance, if I went all the way to Benin Republic, all those areas, the Ife influence went north. It went north and west, westwards and northwards, and eastwards. With eastwards, that will be Benin. Right. Whatever now happened from there will be what Benin people now did based on what they got from Ife. But there were also people that went all the way to Benin Republic, all the way to Togo, Atakpame. They are called Ife people, they are called Arafe or Ufe.
the culture, the religion,
They took all of that everywhere.
all those things.
The culture, the religion, the structures, all those things. Much later, when Oyo also rose, Oyo's conquest also brought with it, of course, language and the structure, because they had become the overlord of. He's talking specifically here about the people in Dahomey. So when you pick those people and you take them to the new world, they will not drop, even though some of them were not even Yoruba, but they had already become Yoruba by assimilation. And it's something that Akinwumi Ogudere called Yoruba community of practice, which is even beyond DNA, which is also part of. So a person can become a part of. I already mentioned it earlier anyway. People can become part of that group, even if they were not originally that, but there's a process that they have to go through. So those are the two reasons that the culture was able to survive, thrive, and then influence the new cultures that were developing in the diaspora. And I went through all of this because the other book was talking about how the Igbos had no common identity before they left, but that they were trying to develop something, but that when they got there, they couldn't get it there because of captivity. Captivity doesn't have anything to do with the ability to spread ideas. It can affect you physically, but it doesn't affect the ability to spread ideas. The reason they couldn't spread the ideas then is similar to what is actually something like what the Archbishop Besson also said when he was alive. A lizard in Nigeria cannot become an alligator in America. If you're a lizard in Nigeria, if you like go to America, you still be a lizard. You can't become an alligator. If it didn't day, it didn't day. Last thing I want to say before we move on very fast. The Rivers Province was a recent, so I'm going back to the Willinks Commission report. The Rivers Province was a recent formation and was designed to meet the long, excuse me.
Sorry, I have to go up a little. We have to be very, very, very fast.
Sorry, I have to go up a little, and we have to be very, very, very fast.
Okay, so it says here.
Okay, so it says here. One of the problems that they had. By the way, we're not going to be here tomorrow because I have to be at the conference. But we'll be here on Wednesday, 1 p.m. And I want to go into the educational legacy of AWO. Free education, what is this really about? Like, what did Baba really accomplish? How did they do it? Can we replicate it today? That's for Wednesday, 1 p.m. if you have time. I apologize for tomorrow because I wanted to start at 1, but then I have to be somewhere like, and then, you know, around that time. After that time, but around that time. So if I decide to do it, I'll be late for the event. So please, I apologize for that.
The major issue really is the issue of numbers.
So back to what we're discussing here. The major issue really the slaves to these other people, and then those people now began to enter into their spaces, and the people they used to subject. Let me just read again very quickly. It says, it was among the Igbos formerly despised by the people of Calabar as a source of slaves, excuse me, and as a backward people of the interior, now feared and disliked as energetic and well-educated. All right, moving on very quickly. Then it says, talk about the 3 provinces. The first was for Ogoja, comprising the former Ogoja province, that is the northeastern state corner of the region. The second was for the Cross River State, which would include the Calabar province and part of the Ogoja province. The third was for the River State, which would consist of the Rivers province with certain small additions. The fourth and the most keenly urged before us was the COR State. This letter stands for Calabar, Ogoja, and Rivers. That's what they wanted in the eastern region. Of the 3 provinces, little more need to be said of Ogoja than that it is remote, poorly served by communications, and except for 2 western divisions, Abakaliki and Afikpo, divided into small tribes. These western divisions are mainly Igbo speaking, but the Igbo spoken is distinguishable from Enugu's. In the rest of the province, no single group predominates. It is important to remember that of these provinces, 1,082,000 inhabitants, 723,000 are Igbos, almost entirely in Abakaliki and Afikpo, while the census classifies 350,000 as other Nigerian tribes. The second problem that this whole state creation had for them in the eastern region is this. So the people complain about the western region and Yoruba influence. The influence of Yoruba land was the influence of Yoruba people was primarily in Yoruba land and also, of course, in other areas like in Benin. The difference between that and not just influence, numerical presence. The physical presence of Yoruba people was mostly in Yoruba land. It's different for the eastern region. The physical presence of Igbos in other people's land was more than the presence of the people in their own land, which caused some sort of if you come take, don't say one can't take over this kind of thing. Oh, sorry guys.
So they will begin to have this thing of you know, in their land.
So they will begin to have this thing of you know, in their land. Not only were it again A, B, back to A and B. B used to be the slaves. B is now in A space. B is now bringing in a lot of people from his place into A. The number of B people inside A land can't they plenty pass A.
So it says you have a province where you have 723,000 Igbos.
So it says you have a province where you have 723,000 Igbos of the 1,082,000 people. In Calabar, on the other hand, the principal tribe in numbers is that of the Bibios, of whom there are 710,000 out of 1,540,000. But the Efiks hold a place of great importance. It was the Efiks who formed most of the great trading chiefdoms and houses of Calabar. It was their language which was used up and down the Cross River as a means of communication in the schools.
So the numbers will not be the number one.
That might happen in Lagos if care is not taken. So the numbers will not be the number one. The numbers is often as much a problem as the protection of the culture. For instance, UAE, Emirati is less than 10% of the population of UAE, of Dubai. The Emiratis are less than 10% of the population of Dubai. But Dubai is 100% Arab culture. You cannot become a citizen. Citizen, that was themselves, concept. If they give it to you, they can revoke it. The culture there is their own culture. It's just being serious about these things. So I'm moving very fast because of time. Where was I? Okay, let me finish on ethics. It was the ethics who formed most of the great trading chiefdoms and houses of Calabar. It was a language which was used up and down the Cross River as a means of communication between different tribes. It was a language that was used in the schools and into which the Bible was first translated. They were too, in one sense, the proprietors, in another, the grand masters and director of ceremonies of a secret society known as Ekwe, admission to which was bought by other tribes up the Cross River and in parts of the southern Cameroons, who were told that a kind of justice was administered and a kind of rule was widely exercised by this society. Thus, the ethics of Calabar were a coast aristocracy. The ethics of Calabar were a coast aristocracy. The Ibibios who surrounded them provided the numbers they lacked. The men for their raiding parties and war canoes. The two tribes, who together make half the population of the province, are at present broadly in agreement in resenting Igbo domination and in wishing to restore the glories of the Calabar commercial empire. They are also grouped together in their minds of the neighbors, some of whom regard the prospect of such a revival with a good deal of apprehension.
The Rivers province was a recent, so I've talked about Calabar, I don't want to explain because of time.
The Rivers province was a recent, so I've talked about Calabar, I don't want to explain because of time. I'm sure you get the gist. The Rivers province was a recent formation and was designed to meet the long-standing complaint of the people of this area of creeks and marshes that the problems arising from the peculiar nature of the country were not understood at an inland headquarters. It includes the two divisions of Braz and Degema, both overwhelmingly Ijo, and the former Rivers province also includes over 300,000 Igbos, of whom 250,000 are in the Awada division and 45,000 in Port Harcourt. Port Harcourt is a town of recent growth and of rapidly increasing importance. It is built on land that belonged originally to an outlying branch of the Igbo tribe, the Diobus. The Diobus are saying that they were not properly categorized back then. That's one of the problems you have right now in Port Harcourt. But it is largely inhabited by Igbos from the interior.
I've read it several times, I don't have to read it again. You know, it's similar to what...
I've read it several times, I don't have to read it again. You know, it's similar to what Leche Amadi was saying in his book.
In the 1940s, the Igbos moved...
Sunset in Biafra. That in the 1940s, the Igbos moved en masse into their region. Those are the people they're talking about right now. You see, the area is largely inhabited by Igbos from the interior who have come to trade or seek employment. They're the ones who are now telling the people that they are both owners of the land.
It forms the tip of a tongue of Igbo territory, which divides Ogoni.
It forms the tip of a tongue of Igbo territory, which divides Ogoni from Braz and Degema. Thus, those who are not Igbos are split into two parts physically, while much of Awada is not the swamp country, caught up by creeks typical of the Rivers province. Of the total 747,000 in the Rivers province, 305,000 are Igbos, 240,000 are Ijos, and 156,000 are Ogonis. It goes all the way. So one of the problems in this thing really is that you have a situation where the Igbos moved out. Right? They moved out. So they were the majority in the region. That's not the problem. The Hausas were the majority in the north. The Yorubas were the majority in the west. But for them, they were the majority who had to live in the land of the minorities. And who also thought that numbers meant ownership, which was what played out during Biafra, where you started hearing things like, this is Biafra land, this is Biafra fish. By the way, what I just said right now, you can search for it in the YouTube channel, Biafran land, Biafran fish. I had a session discussing Biafran land and Biafran fish. It's the assumption that because we are all together, we are many, we own the place. We're going to go deep into this thing some other time, but I want to read something before we go. I'm not going to go deep into it, but I'm going to read from two sections on what happened with the Foster Sutton Commission, and then I'll explain. Although at this last election, the question of separate states was mentioned in varying forms by all the parties, the election took place as a result of the finding of the Foster Sutton Commission of Inquiry, which made serious criticisms of Dr. Azikiwe in connection with the African Continental Bank. This inquiry and its report were the cause of the election, and in general, they provided the principal issue. Here then, perhaps even more than elsewhere in Nigeria, it is difficult to draw conclusions to the wishes of the people regarding separate state from the result of elections. One more thing. Where's it? Okay.
As we have explained in chapter 5, the outstanding feature of the Eastern region from our point of view.
As we have explained in chapter 5, the outstanding feature of the Eastern region from our point of view is the predominance of the Igbo tribe. All those minorities who appeared before us were ethnic, not religious, and all expressed a fear of domination by the Igbo majority in the region, which they identified with the NCNC party. They suggested that there was never any hope of anything but a solid Igbo majority behind the NCNC. This was the party that was formed in Lagos. So this had been confirmed, they pointed out, by the last election, when in spite of the findings of the Foster Sutton Commission, the Igbo people had rallied to the support of Dr. Azikiwe and given him a vote of confidence. The point was sometimes taken a stage further. It was not unknown, it was argued, for an EFIC or an EBBO to be guilty of some financial impropriety. I'll explain. But if it was detected, his supporters would turn from him in shocked disapproval. Not so, it was said, among the Igbos, who had rather acclaimed Dr. Azikiwe once more as their tribal champion. This is where I'm going to end this thing. Let me quickly explain something. Very quickly.
Azikiwe moved back to the east early 1950s and then became the premier.
Azikiwe moved back to the east early 1950s and then became the premier of the Eastern region. And then he misappropriated funds.
So he was the premier of the region.
Very big. Bankruptcy.
There was Foster Sutton Commission of Inquiry in 1950.
And the whole thing went into, and there was Foster Sutton Commission of Inquiry in 1956 into that matter, £877,000. But here's the real issue. When the time for the elections came, people voted because of that. The BBO, the EFIC, the Rivers people, the Kalabari, Ogoni, everybody voted because how can we have an Oga who is stealing money, who is misappropriating funds? But this is what the EFIC said in 1957. That they discovered that the Igbos still voted for him despite the fact that Foster Sutton actually showed that he stole money. By the way, if you were here when I was reading the book by
and we talked about how Ojukwu was asking
Ken Sarawiwa on a darkling plane, and we talked about how Ojukwu was asking
This is part of the debt.
Baba, what's his name? Azikiwe, for money to pay back his debt. This is part of the debt, too.
11 years after.
In 1967.
877,000 pounds.
This is about 11 years after. He was still paying that money by 877,000 pounds.
So you see that it's not just history.
But the minorities are saying this, and this is what I want to end with. So you see that it's not just history. Listen very carefully, please. It says
there was never any hope of anything but a solid Igbo majority behind
the minority suggested that there was never any hope of anything but a solid Igbo majority behind the NCNC. This had been confirmed, they pointed out, by the last election, when, in spite of the findings of the Foster Sutton Commission, the Igbo people had rallied to the support of Dr. Azikiwe and given him a vote of confidence. The commission showed that the man took money and he didn't return it, yet his people voted him and gave him a vote of confidence. And then this is what they now said. They said the point was sometimes taken a stage further. It was not unknown, it was argued, for an EFIC or an IBBO to be guilty of some financial impropriety. But if he was detected by his supporters, they would turn from him in shocked disapproval. In other words, in their own culture, if their representative was found out to have stolen money, the people would turn against him. But in the Igbo culture, despite the fact that Azikiwe was found out, the people still gave him vote of confidence, which means that as far as they are concerned, it doesn't matter what they are doing, as long as the person is from the region, they will keep voting for him. Which is what you see when people do some terrible things and you speak and you are called a tribalist, but the person who did something bad is not questioned, which is why you continue to have people like Simon Ekpa. Even right now, there are people who will tell you that you are a tribalist for speaking about Simon Ekpa. In other words, they see no wrong in what folks from their place do. And I'm not saying that every Igbo person is like this. I'm just saying that the culture allows it, and it's very clear. That's the reason you can have so many things being done, because nobody can speak against it. Everybody just sings Kumbaya. And I think it's important that Yoruba people, we don't run it. We don't go in that direction. If something is wrong, constructive criticism, not that you want to destroy the person. Constructive criticism, we must be bold enough to speak up and ensure that we don't just join the bandwagon and say, as long as it gives what's the word? The end justifies the means. The end justifies the means. The means is also the means to getting to that end. That means is also very, very important. In nation building and societal conversations, the journey is as important as the destination. You can't do wuru-wuru to the answer, because when you get to the answer with wuru-wuru, now wuru-wuru you could take Ronam, because on the wuru-wuru you take learn as the journey. So you must be very careful, be intentional about the process, just as you're intentional about your destination. All right. When we come on Wednesday, we're going to talk about our primary legacy, free education, and we're getting towards the end, and we're going to ask where you'd like to go after our. Would you like to go into some Yoruba history or some conversations about Orisha or Nigerian Civil War? You will decide once we are done with this OWL series. OWL series will be done. I'll see if we can finish on Friday. I'll see, but whatever we're done, we'll have options. So you pick whichever one you want us to go into, and then we'll get into that after the session. But I want to thank you very much for listening so far. It's been lovely hosting you and being on this other side of the divide. So thank you very much for being here. I'm going to bring people up right now so you can contribute. Please don't stop engaging. Your comments, power tap, click on the heart icon, give gifts. Let's keep the live going, and let's power tap. Let's get this to 200K. All these things help the live in the long run. Beyond the fact that people actually come here to see it, it also takes us up. That way our message can get to others. Thank you very much for your support. And I'm going to bring people up right now. So if you want to be part of the conversation, please send your request. I'll bring you up, and then you can also share your thoughts. But we're going to time it. Again, like I said, I don't want to repeat what I did last week. 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. I don't want to do that thing again. It's not too good. So in the next few minutes, we're going to be wrapping up. Okay, so I see 2 requests. Please, as soon as I bring you up, please mute My Battlefield and Lanre Akinlaja. Hello.
Oh, sorry.
Ẹ jẹ́ wá ti gòkè jẹ́ mute o torí káwọn yòó kọ́ máa disturb àwọn yòókù tó wà ní àwọn tó ń gbọ́ wa. Patrick Comedy. Hello?
Patrick Comedy, are you there? No, you
Hello?
I really want, let's start with you.
Patrick Comedy, are you there? No, you can unmute. I really want, let's start with you.
Okay. I love the history you gave, and I really appreciate it. For once, I felt Dio Baswell, the one who started the tribalism, according to what the Igbos are preaching. But I got to understand that Obumdio Nadukanu was also, from what you read, Nadukanu was also, sorry, did I say Nadukanu? Nnamdi Azikiwe was also a perpetrator of such dealings in the early formation of Nigeria. It's really so sad that we are also still dealing with this sort of thing in this present time in Nigeria. It's really so sad. So I really wish we could bypass this, or there's a way to bypass this, or everyone should just be on their own and maintain a strong unity individually to avoid this tribalism that is really bringing us down in Nigeria. So
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you, my brother. Good submission. To be honest, what I'd like to see happen in Nigeria is that we have we get to the point where we can appreciate our uniqueness and create a structure that factors that into it, right? For the most part, we're like people throwing darts in the dark and hoping one will stick. We don't even have a board we're throwing at. It's important for us to be intentional. We are different people, and it's not a problem. We should have a structure that acknowledges that, and then we can grow individually. I'm hoping that also comes out of this conversation. But thank you very much for your submission. My Battlefield, I can't see you anymore. You are the next person, actually. Someone asked when on Wednesday. It's 1 p.m. So normally it's Mondays to Fridays, but tomorrow we're taking a break. But 1 p.m. Every weekday. 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. Let's have Mr. Lanre Akinlaja.
Thank you for this program.
Yes, sir.
In fact, I just want to really appreciate you. It's really, really educative, you know, because from even listening to your programs, there are so many questions I have always been asking myself. You know, I'm seeing the answers here. So kudos.
This is our series.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the our series as well. I'll join that one as well. But
this is our series.
Yeah,
this is our series. But we'll do education later.
And all that. Oh, is this still our series? Oh, right. Okay, it's education that is the next one. Oh, okay. So yeah, I just wanted to say I did a very wonderful job and to thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. So thank you very much for that. Sorry about that. We're about to switch power source. So if it goes off, don't panic. Yeah, but thank you very much for that submission, and I really appreciate it. Thank you, Observer. I hope that I hope the static is not affecting what we're doing. But just going to switch it in a bit. Sorry about that.
Roy. Where's Roy?
Roy.
1 second, please.
1 second, please.
Switch. Sorry about that. Nigeria.
Sorry about that. The Nigerian factor.
Yeah, so that's about,
we had to switch here and there, but we're good. Yeah, so that's about that. That's about it. Fantastic conversation we've had today. We've talked about state creation. We mentioned what happened with the Western region. Also mentioned what happened in the Eastern region. And Northern region, some other time I'm going to talk about it. Like we already said, they didn't even want to have any middle belt. They just wanted to have one region. And the reason I don't really capitalize on what they did is that, see, they did not want to have the middle belt excised out of the Northern region. But they didn't want anything to happen to other regions as well. So I can respect that. But the East did not want anything to happen to the region, but they wanted the West broken into four. I cannot respect that. So that's why I've spoken specifically about those two. But when we come on Wednesday, we're going to have, let me tell you something. Wednesday session is going to be very, 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 very interesting, because how did they raise money to
inform new messages?
Jesus is Lord. What's this now?
Why did Papa come up with education policy? Who did they work with?
Why did Papa come up with free education policy? Who did they work with? Was there any pushback against the policy? How did they raise the money to do it? How many schools were they able to, create or start or establish? What was the percentage increase in numbers of enrollment in enrollment, or numbers of students who enrolled in the schools? How did they affect secondary education? How did they affect university? Did any of that group try to copy what the Western region did? Did they succeed? If they failed, what happened? If they succeeded, how did they happen? What challenges did our action group had to face in order to, carry out all these activities, whether it's free education, free healthcare, and so on and so forth? These are the questions we're going to address on Monday. On Wednesday, I'm going to introduce a new book into the mix on Wednesday. That's a book by Olufemi Ogunsowo. The book is called Awo, Unfinished Greatness. I think it's a very fantastic book that will help us understand those things a bit better. But I also want to spend some time in Awo's own autobiography. So far, education. We'll go. We'll mention some things about action group before we go into education, right? But I think we should go into education as soon as possible as we begin to wrap up this series. It's been on for a very long time. The book, I think we're in chapter 13 in the autobiography itself, but we'll see how it goes and with the other things that we need to learn. But thank you very much for being here. I really appreciate it. So we have a new person up on stage. Is Davakso. You'll be the last speaker, final speaker or final guest, I should say. Please unmute. Davakso.
Hello.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. Sorry, because I'm using screen reader, that's why I have to slow down.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yes,
Sorry.
yes.
Is everything all right, though?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, the reason why I'm using screen reader. Yeah, I'm a visual impaired person.
Okay. Now, okay, I understand. So, 1 second, please, everyone. So this has happened before. When your head sounds like that, just don't panic. It's part of the way for him to get around. But so I understand now. Please go on.
All right. So I appreciate what you are doing, sir. Ọlọ́run á ràn yín lọ́wọ́.
I mean,
there's this program I came across on TikTok. Was it yesterday? So I patiently listened to them, and the moderator of that program, I think all of them were from South Africa. So, and what they were talking about was so embarrassing, because they dwell on every bad thing that's happening in Nigeria, abusing everybody that came from Nigeria, that they do this, they do that in their country and across the board. And I don't know where we get it wrong. So I don't know, maybe there is a particular attitude that Nigeria is portraying outside there, or there's a particular tribe.
Not Nigeria. It's a particular ethnic group that's causing this thing all over the world.
So, and it's bringing all of us together. They are putting everybody together as the portraitor of that bad thing. So, what can we do? So that how can we distinguish ourselves and make the world know that these are the people that are actually
I don't know if you're still there, but the world already knows.
The world already knows. I don't know if you're still there, but the world already knows. The world is even telling. The world is now making it very clear. You know the differences. The world. Oh, sorry. Maybe your network went off. Please continue.
Okay, and he said that the guy said that it was the Igbo people that owns Africa. So I don't understand.
Where do you hear that?
It was a program on TikTok.
Oh, okay.
That Igbo people owns Africa, that the Yoruba people are invaders. I say, okay, I don't know about that. Although there's other book I read about the origin of the world, and there are a lot of things I read about there. It actually dwell on the people of the world, not only a tribe, and it talked about how people migrated from a particular place. Then it mentioned the Sahara side, how they got the black people got to Sahara, and from there he mentioned the western part of the southern part of the Sahara, which I believe is the one that is close to the Atlantic, and just talked a little bit about the people there, that they are the ones that are higher in knowledge, and they were able to pass kinship kind of method to other places in the world. So
I think we lost him. Also, we'll gladly fence them around.
I think we lost him. Someone said we will gladly fence them around and make sure our happy.
My network is bad.
Yes.
Yeah, my network is very bad.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway,
so that's what I can contribute to.
Thank you very much, my brother. Glad to have you join us for the session. So whenever you say people, if you say that they say they own Africa, it's okay. I've heard that they own Europe, whether they own America, whether they own Japan, they own Idu, Benin. They're now saying they own Yoruba land. They own everywhere, and that's because they own nothing. Right? Anybody who is always, trying to say they own everything, they don't really own anything. And there's nothing also to be proud of back home. So they say these things to make up for a sort of scarcity. All right, which is quite interesting, because it's not like there's nothing back home like that. It's just that there's no willingness to even see the good at home. There's no region in Nigeria that is not blessed. But if a region decides not to see the good in their land, they'll constantly look for a way to take over what belongs to other people, and they always fail. But it's for the most part, it's a lie. And this other thing about migrations, people migrate, right? But the thing is, we don't have that. So there are groups that have that history of migration. We don't. Yoruba people do not have a history of migrating from outside where we are today. We don't have that. If we did, I would share it. We would share it. We don't. Any other thing that talks about, oh, we're migrating.
Yes.
Did we travel? Yes. Did we have contact with other groups? Yes.
For many centuries.
For many. Sorry, let me meet you, but thank you very much for speaking. Let me just meet you. For many centuries, we interacted, we influenced each other, we got stuff from them, we gave them our own stuff. That is, so there is a place of influence. But I'm very careful with conflating influence and origins. All right, we don't have origins outside our space, but we influence, and we're influenced by people from outside our space. And that, for me, I think is also a sign of growth. It's also a sign of being influential, if you like, right? So that's about. We don't have that thing of, oh, we own all Africa. We've never. And by the way, there's nothing like anybody owned Africa. By the way, you've not even owned your own corner of the world. Africa, there was no Africa. There was no Africa to be owned. Let me put it that way, by anybody, let alone being owned by anybody. But thank you very much for being up to share your thoughts. I really appreciate your submission. All right. We're going to call it a day. We grew bigger on our space. I think Balelo. Myth new, it's local. Science new, it's local. There's scientific origin that traces us back to about 2800 BC. And even that tracing is local. And for me, whatever happens before then, I don't even know. Maybe that's why you get to a point, you're like, Chile said God created everyone and everything. If you are let's work with that one. But even from seriously, from a scientific point of view, our origin is also not traced outside Yoruba land. It was somewhere around the Oworo area, right? The Niger-Benue confluence, and even that is the Yoruba land. But the other people know that Yoruba people all the way in Lokoja, who are indigenous to that place, not the one that say they travel, go to Tredo, who are indigenous to that place in Lokoja, the Oworo. So that's why I always tell us that we're not limited to the 6 states of the Southwest. We're in other states as well, and also in other countries, in Africa and outside Africa. Well, it's been a fantastic session today. Thank you very much for being here. We'll be again on Wednesday, 1 p.m. And I want to just go straight to education. This week, we'll see if we can finish everything about our Lord's path, and then we'll get into other things much later. But we still have some fantastic grounds to cover. And if you want to keep doing it, I don't mind. Can be on that topic for a bit longer if we have to. But thank you for being here. We're going to have the anthems. So every time we come here, we usually play our anthems. But before we do that, let me thank everybody in the comment section. Thank you for liking and sharing and tapping and gifting. Thank you for everything you've done to keep the live alive. Whether you're on Facebook, on TikTok, on YouTube, I really appreciate your presence and your support. And thanks to those who have been gifting us as well. Thank you very much for your generosity. God bless you. I'm not putting out the bank details. But if you want to support, please reach out. I'll be glad to let you know how you can support us financially, because we need all the support we can get. Well, thank you very much for being here. It's been a fantastic session. I think I tried 7:15, 1 p.m. Ife time. Thank you for pointing that out. 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. On Wednesday, we'll be here again. So we're going to play our anthems now. For folks on YouTube, we're going to have to let you go because of copyright issues on YouTube. But for the people on TikTok and on Facebook, we'll be able to sing our Orin Akojade together. That'll be the Nigerian anthem, Nigerian national anthem, and also the Yoruba anthem. By the way, I'd like to say this, that the Yoruba anthem itself was composed by Chief Obafemi Awolowo. He wrote the lyrics, and Chief Hubert Ogunde wrote the music. So every time we play the anthem, we're literally that's Papa's song, right? That's also one of his legacies. But on Wednesday, we're going to spend more time to talk about, again, I'm saying it again because in case you're just coming in, I'm going to spend more time talking about his contribution in education, like Old Western region, what happened between 1952 and 1954. They started the free education policy in 1955. How did they run it? How did they raise money? Did they experience any challenge and things like that? And also the other things that Papa did. We'll talk about all of that. Well, not all, but we'll get into it a bit deeper on Wednesday, 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. All right, thank you very much. So let's have our anthems, Nigerian anthem, and also the Yoruba anthem before we go. Somebody said I didn't realize that. Oh, yes. The anthem started in the days of UPN, Unity Party of Nigeria. That was when Papa composed Ishewa Fulewa. That was when he composed it, and then Hubert Ogunde was then the one who set it to music. All right, folks on YouTube, thank you very much. Badge, I appreciate you, sir. Babakoka, Dexter, Kubo, all our family, our YouTube family, thank you very, very much. By the way, there's something I was told to do on YouTube. I'll put it out hopefully before Wednesday. This whole membership thing, we'll get it done. But again, thanks everybody for your support, and I'll see you again on Wednesday. So our folks on YouTube, have a lovely evening. God bless you. Let us let you go before we go and play our copyrighted materials. Esho, God bless you. And Facebook. I won't be no. Okay, no, I'm going to. This thing is weird. Can't. Okay, no, I'm going to. I can't even do anything.